Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you right now out to Phoenix, Arizona. There's a live news conference going on with the police there after an arrest was made late last night in connection to an investigation of a murdered hiker. The woman was found dead last Saturday in Phoenix, and now we know that the suspect is behind bars and charged. Let's listen right here to the latest from police from the top of this news conference.
And no one's behind me. So speaking first is going to be Mayor Kay Gallego.
Thank you for being here. First, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the Heike family. Your daughter sounds like a wonderful person, and we are so glad she was part of our community. May her memory be a blessing for you. She was taken from us too soon. We cannot imagine how much it hurts, but we hope that the city can be there for you in this difficult time. Lauren was doing something all of us enjoy, taking a hike in the beautiful Phoenix trails in springtime, and her life was cut short by this inexplicable act of violence. It is a complete tragedy, and the city of Phoenix is grieving with the Heike family. I'm grateful to the members of the community who supported and are continuing to support the Heike family, as well as the efforts of the Phoenix Police Department. Today, we are here thanks to professional and swift actions by our police department. After nearly a week of tireless work, our detectives, officers, and crime lab thanks to that work, the Phoenix Police caught and arrested the suspect. Our department did so in a professional manner while keeping the community calm and informed. I appreciate the lengths to which our officers and detectives went to find justice for Lauren's family and her community. I know that Phoenix residents are resting easier after this arrest. I want to thank the Phoenix Police Department for a job well done and their hard work today and every day to keep our community safe. Now I will introduce the Chief of the Phoenix Police Department, Chief Sullivan.
So thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for being here today. I met Lauren Heike's family earlier this week and expressed my condolences and told them that we would do everything we could to bring Lauren's killer to justice. I can't say enough about the efforts that went on over the last several days to bring 22-year-old Zion William Teasley and place him under arrest last night. It was an incredible effort. So many people worked countless hours on this case, and this arrest came about because of just incredible partnerships that we have here at the Phoenix Police Department. As I have to thank everybody that was involved, and the list is long as we talk about this partnership. First, I have to thank everyone in our Violent Crimes Bureau, but Lieutenant Hester, you and your team, incredible work. I also have to thank the crime scene specialists, our digital forensics unit, the forensics imaging unit, our night detectives, our crime analysts, our air support bureau, the Desert Horizon Precinct and Commander Brewer, Silent Witness, Adult Probation, the Tactical Support Bureau, and the Phoenix and DPS Crime Lab. This was truly an all-hands-on-deck effort. I also have to thank Lauren's family for having the courage to come forward and tell Lauren's story. It resulted in numerous tips that we wouldn't have gotten without their help and bravery to come forward during this incredibly difficult, challenging time. Now, this case got a lot of attention, but the work that the men and women do in these cases, this is just an example of what happens on every single case that they pour their heart into. They realize the impact that violent crime has on our community, and they take it very, very seriously. I'm glad that we can highlight what that work looks like today, but it happens on the cases that you don't hear about. I'm very proud to lead this organization and very proud to be part of this community that steps forward, provides tips, and supports law enforcement. While we were able to apprehend the suspect, please continue to keep the Heike family and all of Lauren's friends and family in your thoughts and prayers as they continue to grieve. I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Hester here for further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. Hello again. My name is James Hester, and I'm the Homicide Lieutenant for the Phoenix Police Department. I do want to echo Chief Sullivan's comments and express my heartfelt gratitude to the family and friends of Lauren Heike for their unbelievable bravery in this time of tragedy. They told Lauren's story, and they brought honor to her, and I wanted to thank you for that. I also want to thank our community and our media partners for amplifying Lauren's story. We very often ask our community for help, and as they often do, they delivered. For everyone that provided tips or assistance to my detectives, or for those who just remained vigilant during this time, I want to say thank you. Also, I need to thank the women and men of the Phoenix Crime Lab, the DPS State Crime Lab, the Desert Horizon Precinct, the Forensic Imaging Unit, the Tactical Support Bureau, the Homicide Unit, our police leadership, and many, many others. Though I'm standing up here today, this apprehension results from the many unsung heroes, including my lead detective Earl Sales and his squad mates who worked countless hours behind the scenes with tenacity and passion to bring justice to Lauren. The killer responsible for Lauren's death is in custody. Our community can breathe easier knowing that this suspect will not be able to harm anyone else. But that does little to ease the pain for Lauren's family. This is not a time for celebration. Yesterday, we were able to develop probable cause for the brutal murder of Lauren Heike, and at approximately 6 o'clock in the evening, her killer was taken into custody. A week ago, Lauren Heike went for a hike along the Reach 11 trail in North Phoenix. Without provocation or pre-incident contact, Lauren was brutally attacked with a bladed object and died due to her injuries. I believe Lauren fought off her attacker and was able to flee, but her injuries were just too severe. Lauren's murderer encountered Lauren while she was walking east on Princess Drive. Lauren's murderer was walking east on Princess Drive while she was walking south on Allied Way. He followed Lauren onto the trail, and after a short time, he attacked her. We scoured the scene in the surrounding neighborhood. We collected several items of evidence and several hours of video. As a result, we were able to develop a forensic profile on our suspect, additional images identifying our suspect, cell tower evidence placing him in the immediate area, and other factors. Our suspect was quickly located in an apartment not far from the scene, and during the service of a search warrant, he was taken into custody. The suspect was interviewed and later booked for the murder of Lauren Heike. Our job is not finished, and our teams will be working in the coming days and weeks to gather and analyze additional evidence and support the prosecution. Like the chief, I ask our community to pray for the family of Lauren Heike as they travel the road ahead without Lauren by their side. And I can take any questions you have.
We heard today at the initial appearance the judge say this could be random. Do you believe that this was random, that the suspect saw Lauren and that was it?
Thank you. I do believe at this time that the attack was random. However, we have not concluded our investigation into that.
Is there any other DNA found on Lauren or her belongings besides the shoe that matched to TC?
So there's other forensic evidence that is being analyzed. As of right now, I can't comment on whether there was additional forensic hits.
Do you believe there's any sign of a sexual assault in this case?
So that is also still under investigation. However, it is my belief that she was not sexually assaulted.
But what's this mean to make this arrest nearly a week later and to really help this family through probably the most excruciating time of their lives?
Well, I mean, professionally and personally, my wish would be that I spend the entirety of my day in my office doing nothing because these sort of things don't happen. Unfortunately, they do. So we're built this way. The Phoenix Police Department is built to chase these guys. My team is focused and dedicated, and we find them.
weapon recovered?
No.
Was Teasley known to frequent this hiking area?
He lives in the area, so he's known to the area.
We've been looking into Teasley's past. We know that he had been accused and convicted of robbing Circle K's near where he used to live, but he was put at a medium to low risk level when it came to reoffending. What does that mean to you? I mean, does this come as a surprise because of his ranking?
You know, I'm not going to comment on those matters. Honestly, I won't even say his name because it doesn't matter to me. What matters to us is getting justice for Lauren and her family. So whether the courts treat him fairly or unfairly, it's not for me to say.
Did his previous criminal background, play a factor in you being able to find him faster?
I don't believe so.
Can you elaborate any on the DNA that was collected on the scene and how you were able to get that to be a match to Teasley?
So we have excellent partners with our Phoenix Crime Lab. We work hand in hand with them. They're not a service for us, they're a partnership with us. And additionally, they have partnerships with the DPS State Crime Lab. So we have tools available to us that we can utilize. And this was one of those examples where we used our forensic tools to get a DNA profile.
Was he cooperative when you guys arrested him?
I believe I can say that he was.
Why did he mention certain things like, you know, growing up as a Christian and struggling with his sexuality, and he said he recognized Lauren and that he wanted to look like her? I don't know if that was miswritten in the probable cause statement. Just some of these things seem very random in the discussion.
I'm unable to speak to the whys behind what he did.
Had he not had a criminal history, DNA would have been harder to place him there, right? Because you have to be in the system. Is that correct in saying that?
That is correct, but however, DNA wasn't the only factor in developing probable cause. We have several items of evidence and several factors that factored into our probable cause.
Is there any indication that he was suffering from a psychotic break of sorts or struggled with mental illness?
You know, if there is, I'm unwilling to speak about it.
In speaking to his former employer, they said he was fired for being aggressive towards female employees and co-workers. Could that be related to a possible motive, that this aggression towards other women?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to speak to his motive. He did not provide a motive for us, so I don't want to speculate on what he might have been thinking.
At his home, did you guys find anything that helps your case?
Yeah, I believe we do, but it's early right now, so until the items that we recovered are analyzed, I can't say definitively.
Can you talk about, I think on also the statement, it sounds like she was murdered sometime after her walk. Can you talk about how maybe possibly long she had been out there and when they finally found her and, you know, the bog started rolling?
It was approximately 24 hours later that we've discovered her, or she was discovered.
You mentioned that you believe that she did fight him off and bleed and succumb to her injuries. Is that why initially you kind of speculated that she was attacked on the trail, but she was discovered in a more hidden location? Can you speak on that?
Yeah, we in the examination of the scene and collecting of evidence, there was certain factors that played into our theory about what occurred. So, yes, we believe that her fleeing contributed to us not being able to discover her for some time. So I believe she fought him off. She was able to get away, but her injuries were too severe and she just couldn't continue.
In the initial appearance, the judge said that he had booked a flight that he was supposed to leave yesterday. Do you know when he booked that flight? Was it before or after Friday?
I don't know when he booked that flight, but we were aware of that flight and there was no way he was getting on that plane.
We have confirmed that Teasley's mother works as a surveillance officer for the adult probation department in the county. Did she assist you guys at all in making this arrest or help provide any information?
No, but we also didn't engage with her, and we're going to be looking into that further.
Does he live with her or live in this apartment alone? Roommates?
He lives with her.
He lives with her.
You said looking into that further. Do you think that mom had any idea what was going on?
I don't want to say that she did, but that is something that we have to vet out just in case. So I don't want to make any assumptions that she was involved. It's just part of our process.
Has she been cooperative with you?
She chose not to speak with us.
Roughly how many detectives worked on this case through this week? And, you know, I know there's countless hours, but just to give us a grasp of, you know, the scope of how many people worked together on this within Phoenix PD.
So it's not just detectives. It's our professional staff. It's our patrol officers, our neighborhood enforcement officers. It's our tactical support bureau. It's our air unit, our pilots. I would estimate upwards of, over the week, more than 100.
Last question. We have time for one more.
How is your department currently working with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office regarding charges? Where's that at currently?
So we don't ultimately decide the charges. We are working closely with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office to provide them information so they can make an appropriate charging decision. Thank you.
So that's going to conclude the press conference. Again, thank you all for coming. Thank you for covering the story and keeping this whole story alive. We appreciate it.
That was the Phoenix police update, and on your screen there, too. We'll bring it up full here. That is the suspect there, 22-year-old Zion Teasley, being accused there of first-degree murder. They're accused of stabbing Lauren 15 times. Still, the motive remains unclear. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I want to take you back out to Houston on this plant fire in Deer Park, Texas. We're going now to our station, Fox 26 in Houston, as they continue to bring the news here of this breaking news element.
In the suburbs there and the areas that we're concerned about will be able to tell us what the air quality is, because that is something that we're currently monitoring and really concerned about.
Yeah, right now, the environmental duty representative at the Shell Deer Park facility says that they're currently experiencing a fire, obviously, within one of our units. The incident is being handled within the boundaries of this facility, and there is no threat to the community for this incident. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, but no threat, maybe meaning no danger, but certainly the air quality is going to be of a concern. And obviously we don't know what chemicals are being burned into the air right now, and that smoke billowing into dozens of communities northeast of Deer Park. So it's definitely still a concern for the community, but no imminent danger. They don't believe there's no imminent danger right now. There's no shelter in place orders in place right now by any of these cities. But it's certainly something that's going to catch your eye. Seeing this deep, dark smoke at an industrial plant, obviously, is a big concern for people living here. So as soon as we find out more on what exactly is being what exactly is on fire, burning into the air, we'll definitely let you know.
Yes, and we do know, according to the Houston Chronicle, and we're also getting this confirmed by other officials, that the fire is at a Shell plant, which is shared by Pemex. And of course, we did also hear from Shell and the Shell plant, the people that are over there. Now, we do need to let you know that, excuse me, that Shell plant at Deer Park did say that they're experiencing this fire, but that the facility is, and the fire is no threat to the community. And obviously air quality is the #1 thing that we're concerned about right now for our viewers. They did say, we apologize for any inconvenience that this may cause. Again, if you are just tuning in, it is 4:35 on this Friday afternoon, and we are taking a look at an explosion that happened around 2:55, and we do know that this is a fire at a Shell plant, which is shared by Pemex, which is state-owned by Mexico. And we do know that there are a lot of people around the area that are looking at this fire, many of them employees. We have crews on the scene. We do know that the wind is going in the northeast direction, and this is important because you see black smoke here, and that black smoke means that there are some chemicals being burned into the air, which could cause bad air quality and be hazardous to residents in the area. Now, if you take a look at this Deer Park area and you look at a map, then you can see that it's Channelview, Baytown, Lynchburg. Those are the areas that we are very concerned about. And you know, Caroline, we've seen not just firefighters and emergency crews from all over the area come. We do know that there's also ambulances, so that just leads to believe that there may be possibly some other injuries.
Absolutely. Well, just fighting a fire this massive can be dangerous for those first responders, and we don't know what they're breathing in at this point, but we do have a crew live on the scene. We will get to them as soon as they have some new information for us. But right now, Deer Park officials are saying that at this time, Shell Deer Park is advising that a shelter in place is not necessary at this time. As information arises, they'll provide updates to social media accounts and on the city website, obviously. But, you know, looking at the smoke and the color of it, it makes you wonder what exactly is being burned into the air and blowing into the areas north and northeast from Deer Park. It's absolutely something that is concerning for people. Multiple agencies, though, working to put this fire out. Again, like we just mentioned, certainly dangerous for those crews on the ground right now. So we hope, you know, everyone stays safe. There's employees who are working at this facility who were evacuated, obviously, from this burning building, who were apparently standing outside just watching this happening in disbelief is what we're hearing. So again, this smoke still just blowing into the air, thick, dark, black smoke, definitely going to have an impact on the air quality as the wind blows in the north and northeast direction. You are looking at some live images right now, but we do want to go to our meteorologist, Ramisha Shade, who is going to be monitoring the impacts.
That's right. I've been monitoring this smoke plume that our FoxRad radar was able to detect and pick up. And you can see over the last couple of hours, not really much of anything showing up on the radar. Then all of a sudden, that big explosion of yellow and even a little bit of orange showing that smoke plume, some of those particles from that smoke showing up on our radar. This started right around Deer Park, and with the wind coming in out of the south to southwest around 10 miles per hour, that means it's blowing from the southwest to the northeast. So that means the smoke plume moving away from Deer Park, but it pushed right over Channelview and is still impacting that area right now, and it will continue to move on off to the north and east. So certainly if you are in Channelview or any other cities close to Channelview, certainly make sure that if you have respiratory issues, you are taking precautions. Try to stay indoors if you can, because there could be some toxic chemicals in that smoke. We're not 100% sure of that. No shelter in place orders just yet, but you just certainly want to be safe at this point. Here's a look at our current wind. And as I mentioned, we've got wind coming in out of the south to southwest, close to 10 miles per hour, around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So no strong wind out there at this point. And as we check out our wind speeds and our wind gusts, no gusts showing up for the Houston area, but we definitely have that wind blowing from the southwest to the northeast. So that smoke plume will continue to travel off to the north and east of the Deer Park area. So here are a few tips that I put together. Of course, as I just mentioned, still no official shelter in place order for any of these locations, but you may be sensitive to just smoke in general. You may have some respiratory issues. You may have asthma or other issues. And you certainly need to be extra careful with all that smoke if it is heading in your direction. So if this smoke plume is headed towards you, definitely it's a good idea to stay inside, especially if you have those respiratory issues. You may want to go walk around your house and check and make sure that all of your doors are closed, all of your windows are closed, and you may want to try to seal those windows if you have some of that thick smoke headed your way. Also, you probably don't want to do this for too long, but you may want to temporarily shut off that AC to try to keep as much of that smoke out of your house or out of your building as possible. But with temperatures in the low 90s out there, you can't do that for too long, but hopefully this will pass. But for now, these are just some things that you can do to try to stay safe as that smoke plume, that thick, dark black smoke plume, continues to track from the southwest to the northeast, from the Deer Park area up towards Channelview, and the majority of it likely staying just west of Baytown, but some of that smoke could even make it into Baytown as well. So we're certainly monitoring things closely. I'll keep tracking it on radar, and I'll have more for you coming up later.
All right, Ramisha, thank you for that update. Again, you are looking at where the Shell Deer Park facility is on fire. We are going on almost 2 hours of a massive fire at this plant. It is the Shell Deer Park facility. It's near Beltway 8 and 225. You can see it located right there on your map. The Harris County Fire Marshals and several other agencies are currently there battling these massive flames coming out of this facility. You can see the smoke billowing for miles and miles away. Ramisha just said that smoke is blowing north of Deer Park. So if you live in the areas north of Deer Park, like Channelview or any of those areas, you definitely want to make sure that your windows are shut and that you're being careful if you are outside and you have issues with bad air quality. There is currently no shelter in place order for people at this time in these areas. And again, we're going on 2 hours of this, so hopefully there's a good reason why there's no shelter in place order. We are hearing from people who are monitoring the air quality with the Shell Deer Park facility, and they're saying that there's no threat to the community at this time. There's no need for a shelter in place. But we do know that 2 people were injured in this fire.
It was preliminary reports that they were injured. And I think that it was because there were people on the ground that were saying that. So we're still trying to figure out who exactly is injured, if there are any injuries. And we did see ambulances that were coming up to the actual facility there, just from what we were looking at. But again, preliminary reports did indicate that there were a couple of people who were injured, and that's what was being reported also by some official. But again, we do not have the exact number or if there are any. Now, what we do know is that there is going to be some sort of possibly media briefing, because Sheriff Ed Gonzalez did tweet out an area for media to be at, and we do have crews that are on the scene currently. So we're going on almost 2 hours of this fire, and we have heard from the Office of Emergency Management from LaPorte, and they say that there is no concern for them. But of course, this smoke is going in the northeast direction from Deer Park. So, you know, if you're looking at LaPorte or Deer Park, really, that's not an area to be as concerned about as in the direction of northeast. So something that we are looking at now, we do want to make sure that you are able to download our Fox 26 News app. I can tell you that there are so many pictures from viewers coming in and all this information that is currently being sent into our newsroom. So you get all the updates. Obviously, we will tell you that online as well, but you can also on TV and broadcast, and also online and our social media pages as well. So the Fox 26 News app really is the best way to get all of this information. One-stop shop. You can sign up for the alerts and you'll get those as well. And this can obviously be very concerning for a lot of people that are living in the radius of where this wind is blowing, and you can see that it doesn't look like, even though that the Shell Deer Park plant did say that this fire is contained, doesn't look like the smoke is stopping anytime soon. So that's a concern.
Yeah, and the preliminary reports also did mention that there was some sort of an explosion that led to this fire, but again, that was very initial reports. We still don't know the exact cause of this fire, nor do we know what type of chemicals may be on fire or why the smoke is so dark. From this angle, it looks like the smoke is letting up a little bit, but I mean, it still looks really, really bad.
Okay, well, we do want to let you know that Harris County Precinct 2 Commissioner Adrian Garcia has issued a statement that's giving us some information here. Says, my office has been in touch with the Office of Emergency Management, and we have also personally spoken with the plant manager at the facility that has been burning. In addition, the fire marshal and Harris County Pollution Control are on site, and we've been assured that the situation is under control. All employees at the facility have been accounted for. We urge people to avoid the area to make room for emergency response. There is no shelter in place currently in effect. Our CAMP, which is the Community Air Monitoring Program dashboard, is operational, and we expect air quality data to start rolling in shortly. Houston Advanced Research Center, HARC, will provide additional guidance on air quality as needed. As we learn more, we will be sure to share those updates. We don't know the cause of the fire, but a Harris County Fire Marshal investigation will begin as soon as this fire is out. Pollution Control will also remain in the area to continue air monitoring in the days ahead. So like we've been saying and concerned about, it's the air monitoring, the air quality that is going to be updated, and something that we will be updating as well for you on our website and also on air. So the community dashboard, you can see something that we're looking at here. It's called CAMP. It's the Harris County Pollution Control. So you can see how good or bad the air quality is at the time. Right now, it looks like, I mean, I can tell you the numbers, but they don't really mean anything to you until you actually look at the map and the code and everything, and they're all normal. It says good, but that doesn't mean that's been updated yet. So we will continue to monitor that. This was last updated, there we go, at 2:04, which was before this fire. So like the, just like we were just told that this is going to get updated. So I'm wondering what that will mean. And we will definitely put that out there. Again, that's from Harris County, and that's their air pollution quality control that they look at there. So again, Deer Park Office of Emergency Management says that for them, there's no shelter in place, and air monitoring is currently being conducted.
And obviously other counties chiming in far from this area. Even the Galveston County on Twitter is saying that they're monitoring their air quality. So this is certainly something that can infect really our entire viewing area. So we definitely want to get some answers as to, you know, what is on fire here and what could be potentially leaking into the air. It's deep, dark, black smoke. We're almost at the 2-hour mark. We're moments away from 2 hours of this burning, multiple crews on scene, and it doesn't appear like this is going to be under control anytime soon based off of what we've been watching here for the past almost 2 hours. So again, the Harris County Precinct 2, as Rashi just mentioned, are in touch with the Office of Emergency Management. They talked to the plant manager, the fire marshal, and Harris County Pollution Control, and they are making sure that the community is safe. They have been assured that the situation is under control and that all of the employees at the facility have been accounted for. So they're just urging people to avoid the area at this point. But that's great news that all the people in this facility have been accounted for. That's the best thing that I took away from that update, is that everyone has been accounted for. Originally, we did report, we were hearing that there were some injuries, but right now it's looking good.
Yes, it does look good. And the other big thing takeaway, according to Harris County Precinct 2 Commissioner Adrian Garcia in his statement, is that this is accounted, they're not just only accounted for, but the situation is now under control. So we should be seeing this smoke not billowing as much in the coming hours. But like he said, that it's air quality, and that is something that's going to be monitored for days to come, just because of how far and widespread the wind has pushed all of this smoke, and we're looking at black smoke here, which can be dangerous. Now, what is it burning? Is it burnt carbon? What are we looking at? That's something still that we are trying to confirm for you. But we do have confirmed, again, according to Precinct 2 Commissioner with Harris County, Adrian Garcia, that this is under control. All employees have been accounted for, and currently there is no shelter in place, but they are going to be updating the air quality. They have a dashboard, which we will also be monitoring. I just looked at it right now on my phone, and it hasn't been updated since 2:04. So that was before this explosion happened, which was at 2:55. So we're going on almost the 2-hour mark now, and you can clearly see a lot of smoke. So it can be concerning to so many people. And I can't tell you how many of our viewers, and we thank you for sending in pictures, for sending in videos. We're seeing them. I'm seeing them on my phone. We have an internal communication, which we're looking at all of them as well to get a better idea and to share what we are seeing as well. And the great thing is that if you do have our Fox 26 News app, you can see a lot of these that we are uploading as well on our web story, which is currently on our website, fox26houston.com. Now, Deer Park Office of Emergency Management saying, like we have reported, and LaPorte and Galveston, no shelter in place. But if you take a look, they are not in the direction of the wind, which is blowing the smoke north and northeast there. So that is going to be the communities of Channelview, Lynchburg, and Baytown that we're currently concerned about. Now, if we have the map, we can show that as well to give you a better perspective of where this incident is taking place. So it is State Highway 225 and Beltway 8. There we go there. So you can see that in the east side of town there, and the current air quality is what we are looking for, and hopefully it's going to be not as bad as what it looks like to the naked eye, because you look at smoke and you think that the quality is going to be pretty bad, especially because it is dark black smoke. And we are going on 2 hours of this fire happening. Now, the Shell actual Deer Park plant has said that this fire is under control. It was in one unit. And we also know, according to the Houston Chronicle, that it was the Pemex and Shell Deer Park. They share a facility. It was on the Shell side. So the good news is that this is under control and all employees have been accounted for.
And our meteorologist, Ramisha Shade, as well as the National Weather Service here in Houston, has said that this smoke plume from this fire is visible, in fact, on the radar. So this is showing up on the radar. That's just how giant and heavy this smoke plume is, that it is picking up on the radar. Ramisha's done a great job kind of explaining what areas are most at risk and the direction that the wind is blowing. It's northeast from Deer Park, Baytown areas, Channelview areas. Those are the areas that will probably be impacted the most based on how the wind is blowing. However, in a situation like this, a large area is impacted, and if you do have any issues, you are going to want to keep an eye on that air quality. And again, we still don't know exactly what may be in this smoke, what may be burning. Preliminary reports said that there was an explosion that caught this fire, but we don't know those details yet. We do know that there has been a media area set up, so we're hoping that that means we'll get a media briefing by an official who knows the details of this situation. But right now, we still, 2 hours in, only have the information that we have. So we don't know exactly how this fire was started and what may be on fire. But in an industrial area like this, it definitely is a concern. Multiple agencies are monitoring the air quality right now. They're saying it's not a danger to the public. There are no shelter-in-place areas, but this is the Shell Deer Park facility that you are looking at if you are just joining in. This is near Beltway 8 and 225. This is going on 2 hours. Actually, we're pretty much at the 2-hour mark right now as to when this fire broke out. We just learned that every employee at this facility has been accounted for.
Yes,
that's huge news.
Right. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and multiple fire department agencies, including from Deer Park, Houston, Harris County, and Pemex, they're all responding to this fire. Now, we also know that a representative from Shell reported that there is no threat to the community, and we are getting a look where Skyfox is moving around to let us see exactly what is going on. And you can clearly see that there have been fire crews that have been trying to put out this fire. On the right side of your screen, you still see an active fire going on, and then you just see a lot of dark black smoke. So what is the chemical that's currently burning? That is something that we are currently trying to confirm, because it definitely seems like something is burning. But we're
going to toss it out right now live, I believe, to Sherman DeSalle, one of our reporters. He's on the scene and has been gathering some new information. Sherman, Sherman, if you're ready, if you can hear me and you're ready, what can you tell us at this point?
Hey, yeah, sorry, I didn't realize you guys were going to be calling to me so soon, but it's live television, right? So I'm actually right here in the neighborhood on the other side of this plant fire, a little bit further south from where Randy Wallace is. And, you know, some people were already watching Fox 26, and that's what brought them outside. A lot of them weren't even aware that it was happening outside. But the good thing is most of them don't seem to be worried too much about it. When we first got here, we ran into a man named Charles. He says he's been a resident here for 61 years. So you can imagine the amount of plant fires and emergencies that he's seen just along this highway off of 225. He says overall he's not too concerned about it, and this is nothing compared to what he's seen in years past. He said that this highway, this stretch of highway right behind me, has usually been closed at times. The ICE fire that they referred to, a couple of residents told me. I spoke to another resident, a woman and her son. They both said that this is pretty tame compared to what could have been. There's actually a woman who lives right next to where we are. Her name is Miss Susie. She says she's not too worried about it either. I'm going to get out of the way so you can see what neighbors are running into. So they're coming up here right next to the service road, and they're trying to get an idea of what's going on. Let me tell you, though, it's pretty loud. I'm actually using a different set of headphones just because it's pretty loud, just the flames going up. And you can tell that there's been some extinguishing going on. The smolder is not as nearly as big as it once was when we got here about 30 minutes ago. Overall, the residents are not too concerned. They said the traffic's still flowing. We saw a couple of Deer Park police officers who came over just to check and see how things were going. We told them we haven't seen anything or been concerned about anything. They actually got a couple of calls. It looks like someone didn't necessarily want us out here. They got a call about a man in a blue polo shirt and another guy in a burgundy shirt. That describes me and my photographer, Matthew, to the T. But we weren't arguing, folks. We were actually getting along pretty well. So, you know, there might not be a lot of people who out here. They just want to live their lives. Clearly, a lot of the people in this neighborhood, they're used to seeing this type of thing, and they're not too worried about it. Back to you.
Herman, if you can hear me, I just want to ask you, what does it smell like in that area?
You know what? I actually don't smell anything. Matthew, do you? No. It does seem to be a little warmer over here than it would be in a different part of the area. We're starting to get a little breeze, so it's starting to cool down just a little bit. That was the first thing that I noticed, was just how humid it was, and I feel like that's related to the amount of heat that we're seeing just from across the highway. So we don't smell anything, and that's a good question, Caroline, because I was asking some residents if they were concerned about any environmental type of damages or potentials. And they said they're not worried about that either.
All right, thank you so much, Sherman, for that information. And it really is interesting to just see that smoke billowing behind you, because he's obviously pretty far away from where this is all happening, near Beltway 8 and 225 at the Shell Deer Park plant. So just to see that far away, and now you're taking a look at our live Skyfox pictures that's been showing us these live images for the past 2 hours now, well, over 2 hours. So we have been on air bringing you this coverage, and we want to encourage you to download the Fox 26 News app and follow all of our Fox 26 News accounts on social media. That's where you're going to get the latest updates as to what is happening here. We are happy to learn that all of the people who are working in this facility are accounted for. Multiple agencies are responding and doing everything that they possibly can to get this fire under control at this point.
and we're following this breaking news again, like you said, for more than 2 hours now. So taking a look here, large fire and the wind direction north-northeast. We've been collaborating like we always do with meteorologist Ramisha Shade, who's been tracking the wind direction, and we are also looking at the air quality as well. And the huge takeaway here is that everyone's been accounted for, like you've been saying, Caroline, and also that this is also under control. So good news there. Again, we have been bringing you this live coverage since 2:55, 3 o'clock when this was first reported, the breaking news story from Deer Park. And it is something that we have been continuously covering on air and online as well, hearing from multiple sources.
Yeah, well, good evening to you and welcome officially to Fox 26 News at 5. We have been live on air for the past hour. Now we're getting into our official newscast. This facility that you see here, the Shell Deer Park facility, located on the near Beltway 8 and 225, has been evacuated. This all happening just before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Again, this is near Highway 225 near the Beltway. Now let's go live to Randy Wallace, who's across the street from where all of this is unfolding. Randy.
Yeah, now we had to move. We were right across the street. We were probably as close as maybe a mile from the plant. The question that you asked before, you asked Sherman, did he smell anything? When we were over there that close, I couldn't smell anything. Chandler, the photographer, is basically agreeing he didn't smell anything. We're farther now, and again, I don't really smell anything. Do you, Chandler? There's really no kind of odor in the air. It looks a lot different now, as you can see. There's still obviously some big plumes of black smoke, but this is a lot better than what it looked like before. Now, just a little bit ago, Harris County Commissioner Adrian Garcia put out a statement saying that he has spoke to the plant manager and that the Harris County Fire Marshal and Harris County Pollution Control are on site. And according to Commissioner Garcia, what he's being told is the situation is under control. All employees have been accounted for, which is great news. Now, he does urge people to just stay out of the area because there's so much emergency apparatus, so many law enforcement officers in the area. Now, they are continuing to test the air monitoring. That's what's going on now. The Community Air Monitoring Program, or CAMP, the dashboard, it is operational, and Commissioner Garcia says they should be extracting data and sending it out shortly, so we should be getting some sort of air quality control data here pretty soon. Now, of course, the cause of this fire is under investigation, and according to Commissioner Garcia, pollution control will stay out here to make sure that there's no issues. Reporting live from Deer Park, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
All right, Randy, thank you for that. And good to know pollution control is there and will update us whenever we get that information. Now, we want to go back to our Sherman DeSalle. He's been out talking to people live near the refinery.
He's live right now at a nearby neighborhood. Sherman, so what are you hearing?
All right, so first, let me give you more of an idea of where we are. We're on the corner of Robin and Railroad Street, a little bit further south than where Randy and Chandler are. Matthew's going to show you what we're looking at right now. So we've been here for about 45 minutes, and when we got here, we saw some neighbors from this Deer Park neighborhood just coming out towards the end of the road, checking things out. Ran into a man named Mr. Charles. He says he's been here 61 years, and overall, he thinks this isn't that bad. And we also spoke with a woman who lives nearby, Miss Susie. She said she had learned about this from watching the news, so she rushed home. Take a listen to what she says. You weren't at home at the time, you said?
No, I just got here. I was watching on the news, and I recognized some markers. I knew where it was.
How worse than this was it before? Like, describe what it was like before.
They've had to close down all the traffic and everything. I was here when Phillips exploded, and they had to close down all that. So they closed down quite a bit.
So yeah, that's Miss Susie. She's been here for 30 years. It's been really accommodating to us. We appreciate that. And a lot of the neighbors just been trying to figure out what's going on, how long it's been happening. Some people didn't even realize it was happening until they looked on the news or they came outside. So I'll give you the same answer that Randy gave. We don't smell anything. We definitely, we noticed that it cooled off in the last 20 minutes. It was really humid, but we really feel like a lot of that is attributed to the heat that was coming from across the freeway. Now, in regards to schools, Deer Park ISD, they posted to their Facebook that emergency officials have not called for a shelter in place because the wind is blowing away from the city of Deer Park and our schools. But now the question is, what neighborhoods should we be worried about? Ladies, I know you had mentioned that a few minutes ago before our 5 o'clock newscast. We'll be getting more information on that. And as soon as we figure those things out, we'll let everyone at home know. Reporting from Deer Park, Sherman DeSalle, Fox 26 News.
All right, Sherman, we appreciate that different perspective there. Now, meteorologist Ramisha Shade has been following the winds in this area that can have a big impact on this smoke. Ramisha.
I've been following the wind, and I've also been monitoring that smoke plume on the radar. We're looking at the radar back over the last 2 hours or so, and shortly after 3 p.m., you really started to see that smoke plume. See that big burst of yellow there? It really started to blow up as it pushed over the Channel View area. So we're still getting some of that smoke out there. We've got the wind blowing from the southwest to the northeast. So that means the smoke plume basically going in this direction. So up around Gilbert Landing, Channel View, maybe even a western portions of Baytown, likely dealing with some of the impacts and effects from that thick black smoke plume. So I'll continue to track it on radar, but definitely the radar did a great job picking up that smoke plume as it developed this afternoon shortly after 3 p.m. Current wind speeds are out of the south around 5 to 10 miles per hour for most spots, but picking up a little bit in Houston, now close to 15 miles per hour coming in out of the south. And that means that smoke plume will continue traveling to the north, likely away from the city of Deer Park. Let's check out our wind gusts, and we do have some gusts near 20 miles per hour off to our east over towards Dayton. But for the Houston area, not seeing any really strong gusts, but that general wind direction, as I've been mentioning, will be from the south to the north to northeast. So we do have that big black thick plume of smoke headed to the north and northeast away from the Deer Park area. You may have respiratory issues even outside of this situation, so it's certainly not a good idea to be out in that smoke plume. We're still not exactly sure if there are any toxins in that smoke. We don't have any shelter-in-place orders just yet, but here are just a few general tips to keep in mind if you are going to be in the path of that smoke plume. Of course, Channel View, maybe western portions of Baytown, as I mentioned, Gilbert Landing, likely in the path of this. So if that smoke plume is headed towards you, definitely try to stay inside. If you're at work, stay in your building. If you're at home, stay in your home. Try to close all of the doors, make sure all of the windows are shut. You may want to try to seal those windows if possible, and maybe temporarily you may want to shut that AC off to try to keep as much smoke out of your house or building as possible. But we've got temperatures out there in the low 90s, so you certainly need that AC. So try to do what you can to stay safe, but it is certainly a hot and steamy day out there. We've got that wind coming in out of the south around 5 to at times close to 15 miles per hour. And we also have the chance for a few storms in the forecast. No storms now, but coming up a little later, I'll detail our threat for storms tonight and throughout the weekend. And I'll also let you know just how hot those temperatures will get. But of course, I'll continue to closely track this smoke plume. We're seeing it on radar, and I'll keep an update on those wind speeds and the wind direction as well.
Thank you, Ramisha. Well, there has been some confusion this afternoon about which facility was burning.
Yeah, Heather Sullivan is live in the newsroom to sort it all out for us. Heather.
Yeah, so earlier this afternoon, officials told us that this was the Pemex plant in Deer Park, but we now know that that is not the case. And some of the confusion is likely the result of a recent sale. So let's break it down. In January of last year, Shell announced that it had completed the sale of its interest in Deer Park Refining Limited Partnership, a 50-50 joint venture between Shell Oil Company and Pemex for about $596 million. The agreement transferred full ownership of the refinery to Pemex. However, Shell Chemical said that it would continue to operate its 100% owned Deer Park chemical facility located adjacent to this site. So at the time, Shell pointed to a 92-year legacy of safety and performance at this site, a According to Shell's website, the Deer Park plant deal deals in 3 chemicals. Some are used in plastics and pharmaceuticals. Others are used in latex paints and adhesives. So as you all mentioned, Shell issued a statement earlier saying that this incident, quote, is being handled within the boundaries of this facility and that there is no threat to the community. But that is the breakdown right now on exactly the operation of this plant.
All right, Heather, thank you for that breakdown there. I know it was confusing, but now we have it all cleared up. So our coverage of that large plant fire in Deer Park will continue.
Also coming up, why Family Dollar is recalling a well-known over-the-counter medicine, the concern about a popular pain reliever, and the World Health Organization has downgraded the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, Fox 26 in Houston there bringing us many different angles regarding that chemical plant fire in Deer Park, Texas. Of course, we'll continue to bring you more details as the situation develops. All right, before we go to break here, just want to go ahead and bring you a LiveNOW look. This is in New York City. You can see many people are gathered there. This is a protest that's taking place after a man by the name of Jordan Neely was strangled, held in a chokehold on a subway in New York City, and unfortunately he died after that incident. He was a homeless man, young, in his 20s, and now people are protesting. They are asking for justice. They want the man who allegedly did that to Jordan Neely to be held accountable. We are going to take a break. We'll have more news in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Here's a LiveNOW look in New York City. Many people there gathered calling for justice. This is after a homeless man was put in a chokehold by a former Marine on a New York City subway. And some say it was justified, while others are calling it murder. Here's more from Fox 5.
Plenty of anger here in New York last night as protesters hit the streets following the death of this man, Jordan Neely, a homeless subway performer who died after a fellow passenger put him in a chokehold while others held his arms and legs. Now there's mounting pressure on Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to prosecute that passenger, a white former Marine, with prominent Democrats, including New York Governor Kathy Hochul, saying Neely's family deserves justice.
The video of 3 individuals holding him down until the last breath was snuffed out of him, I would say was a very extreme response.
But it's still not clear if Neely posed a threat to those in the subway car. He was reportedly acting erratically just before the incident took place, shouting at other passengers and saying he didn't care about going to jail. And as the investigation ramps up, some city officials are urging folks not to rush to judgment.
We cannot have people with severe emotional illnesses on our subway system. We should not wait until something happens with someone and then react.
But the demonstrators say they'll keep making their voices heard until someone is held accountable for Neely's death, claiming there was no reason to use violence and he should still be alive.
It's good against evil. And what y'all need to understand is the government is not on our side.
The 24-year-old former Marine was briefly taken into custody after the incident, questioned by police, and then released. In New York, Rich Dennison, Fox News.
All right, meantime, loneliness has been declared an epidemic. I spoke with a therapist regarding the impact of loneliness. Here's that conversation. Well, the U.S. Surgeon General has just declared loneliness an epidemic. He says it has a terrible impact on health as much as smoking cigarettes. Well, with it being Mental Health Month this May, we want to go ahead and talk about this some more. Joining us right now is Claude King, a clinical therapist based in Chicago. Claude, thanks so much for joining us. When you heard about this advisory from the Surgeon General, tell us, what did you think about this? Is this a surprise?
Oh, no, it's not a surprise at all. I think a lot of people, especially like clients that I meet with personally, are feeling isolated and are feeling really disconnected from each other. I think some of it was kind of happening even before COVID. But I think definitely since the impact of COVID is kind of this kind of residue of people having relationships that have kind of been fractured or dissipated over the course of time. And it's been hard for people to kind of get back into what their routines were looking like beforehand. So I wasn't surprised by this news at all. I feel like, the impact of COVID along with just our over-reliance on social media, I think that is a huge contributing factor. A lot of the relationships that we have on social media are very superficial, and they are really lacking kind of that in-depth intimacy that you can only get from face-to-face interactions. So I think those two components of it have played a huge role in the feelings of isolation and loneliness that people have been experiencing.
All right, we'll talk about social media a little bit later, but I want to talk about what you have seen as a counselor, how loneliness is really, really impacting people.
Yeah, so a lot of my clients who are experiencing loneliness for a period of time, it has led to feelings of depression, anxiety, and just kind of overall stress. A lot of people have been isolated for such a long time that they are starting to experience kind of feelings of low self-worth, kind of connected to depression and lower motivation. And then with the anxiety piece of it, people just being very uncomfortable with kind of like putting themselves out there or leaving their home environments. I work as an EAP consultant for a Fortune 500 company, and I work in a call center. And I know a lot of employees here were upset because for a period of time they were working virtually. And then there's kind of a new mandate for people to return back to the office. And they're feeling a lot of anxiety just about going back into the office because they're going to have to be around people again. And just kind of got used to being by themselves. And then on the other end of that, a lot of the employees that I work with, they get calls from customers who are elderly that are looking to resolve issues with their account. And then long after the issues with their account are resolved, they find that the elderly customers still want to have a conversation. And it just, they're feeling really isolated and alone. And they just want somebody to talk to. They just want somebody to listen to them. They just want to vent and talk about, any personal issues that they got going on. So that's what I'm seeing in my practice and at my workplace.
And Claude, obviously, since during the pandemic, we all were in isolation, but obviously things have reopened. But do you think people are still having a difficult time reconnecting with others?
Oh, absolutely. I think for, nearly 2 years, we were told to keep our distance from each other, maintaining social distance, wearing masks and, to keep ourselves healthy and keep ourselves safe. And when you've kind of developed this mindset over 2 years, and then, society is opening back up again, the mask mandates have been lifted, people are being asked to come back into the office. And again, you have to make that kind of mental shift to being comfortable with being around people again after you've been kind of isolating yourselves for over 2 years. That can create some social anxiety. As I said before, a lot of employees that I've been working with that have been working remote for 2 years, they're having this anxiety about being around a bunch of people in a confined space. A lot of them are working, in cubicles in really tight quarters, close quarters with people, and they're concerned about, catching something or having to interact with people, and this is just creating a lot of anxiety and uncertainty for them.
All right, and now let's talk about the role social media plays in all of this, because according to the report by the Surgeon General, loneliness is hitting young people the hardest, those ages 15 to 24 years old. And it's all because of social media, Instagram, TikTok, stuff like that. What do you have to say about social media?
Yeah, I think social media is kind of the biggest player in regards to this sense of loneliness. This generation, Gen Z, they're experiencing depression and anxiety at higher rates than any other generation previous, which is leading to suicidal ideation and suicidal attempts. When you think about social media, one of the good things about it is we're more connected than we've ever been before. But when you take a closer look at it, these connections are very superficial, and they lack the in-depth and intimacy that we get from face-to-face interactions. And that can lead to feelings of loneliness and dissatisfaction. Another component of it is the whole comparison and envy piece and jealousy, that comes with social media. A lot of us portray these highlighted good images of us on social media, these idealized versions of ourselves that are not really authentic. And this can lead to feelings of loneliness and isolation, because if you're comparing yourself to people that are living these lives that you want to live, and it can make you feel or make you want to disconnect yourself from people who appear to are living more fulfilling lives than they are. There's a lot of cyberbullying and harassment also that happens on social media, and this can lead to feelings of alienation. If you've been cyberbullied or harassed on social media before, it might make you want to withdraw from it and not want to have those social interactions. And then just in general, just to reduce the face-to-face interactions. So, before, if you wanted to see somebody, you actually had to call them up and set up a time to meet up with each other. And now we can follow each other's stories, or we can message each other, and we feel like we have a sense of what's going on in their lives. So it just is not that extra motivation to actually see them in person. And we really do need that face-to-face interaction, because there's certain nuances that you don't really pick up on just from seeing somebody, on a screen.
It's a false sense of connection with social media. So, Claude, let's help some people out there, again, because it is Mental Health Month. Tell us, what are some things people can do if they are feeling disconnected from others and are feeling lonely for too long?
Yeah, I think it definitely takes some intentional effort to help combat this loneliness epidemic. So individuals, you guys can take steps to build and maintain these social connections. You can do things like join a club or organization. You can volunteer with a cause that you're very passionate about, and just being more intentional about reaching out to friends and family members, whether that is, setting a reminder in your phone let me reach out to my mom or dad, and let me reach out to my friend from college. Just making that more of a priority. There's a lot of community organizations available that you can be a part of that bring people together. Community service projects you can join, cultural events and neighborhood gatherings. In terms of like the workplace, especially with companies that have remote workers, I think they can definitely implement more like wellness programs to help cultivate those social connections, doing things like, team building activities, different social events and outings, and then having an employee resource group available so, people can join with like-minded interests and feel connected and well supported.
But when people are going through a difficult time, isn't it natural to somewhat isolate yourself? Because obviously you're just going through the trials and tribulations of life. But when does it just become, too much of an impact, right? Or as the Surgeon General says here, an epidemic, right? So what exactly should people be looking out for and know that they should reach out for help?
Yeah, that's a really great question, because a lot of times we're not even aware of kind of like where we are mentally until somebody else points it out to us. But, anytime that you have had like an extreme change in whatever like your baseline, presentation is. So like if you're a person who's naturally kind of outgoing, very extroverted and talkative, and you find yourself like not wanting to be bothered with people, or you're very irritated, that is like a key indicator that something is off and is something that you need to pay attention to. So I think just taking time to just reflect on just like kind of where you're at mentally and physically. I think also on the outside, just having people to just kind of check in on you, or if you're a person who is noticing that maybe one of your close friends or family members has kind of just become more isolative, just doing your due diligence to check in on them, asking them how they've been doing. Like, I haven't heard from you in a while. You haven't, contacted me. I haven't really seen you active on social media. I just want to check in to see if you're doing okay, and just kind of pulling those feelers out. Because a lot of times people don't feel comfortable reaching out for help because there's a lot of stigma attached to that. Like, who wants to admit that they're feeling lonely? Who wants to admit that they're feeling depressed? So sometimes you need somebody to kind of reach out and extend that welcoming hand.
So true. And we hope that if anyone out there is having a difficult time, that they will indeed reach out to a family member or friend, someone who they can confide in and trust. Well, Claude King, we thank you so much for your time here on Live Now from Fox. That was very good advice.
Thank you so much for having me, Shirley.
All right, we are going to step away here for a short 2-minute break. We'll have much more news for you after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a Live Now look at a massive chemical plant fire in Deer Park, Texas. Here's what we know right now. Crews are on scene trying to put out the blaze. And at this time, there is no shelter in place. However, one person is in the hospital. We will continue to follow those details, this developing situation here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, many people are gathered right now in New York City. Calling for charges after a man was killed on a subway train in New York City. His name just Jordan Neely. He was just 24 years old. And again, the people at this protest want some kind of accountability. We want to go ahead and bring you some of the remarks made moments ago.
Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to have some amazing speakers come up to talk more about how this happened, how we're feeling, how we're reacting to this, because what we need is truly a movement to make sure that this murderer, the murderer that he is charged. How is it that you can be selling cigarettes and be killed by the police? You can be crossing the street and killed by the police. You can be sleeping and killed by the police. But somehow this man restrained someone for 15 minutes, choked him to death, and was let go. Does anyone think that's right? No. Is anyone okay with that? No. Then let's talk about it. Let's talk about the system that allowed this to happen. First, I'm going to bring up Gabby from the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
No justice? No peace. No justice? No peace. No justice? No peace. We need to show empathy and solidarity for Jordan Neely and for all people experiencing and suffering homelessness, lack of food, lack of access to health care, because his story is our story. It's the story of the working class, because each and every one of us is so close to Jordan's situation. With every economic crisis, with every eviction, with every job loss, with every crisis that we are forced to face as poor people in this country, we are closer and closer to that level of criminalization, that level of violence, that level of deprivation, and that is criminal. Being poor is not a crime, but the violence, the brutality, the deprivation that this capitalist system puts us through every day is criminal, and we won't stand for it. Yeah. Let there be no confusion about this. We need to demand justice for Jordan. We need to demand that his killer be held accountable and be charged and sent to prison for killing Jordan Neely. But we also need to demand accountability and demand a new system altogether, because there are many culprits here responsible for Jordan's suffering, responsible for the suffering of homeless people in this city. Right? As Cameron said, this system serves the rich. It does not serve us, and we feel that every day. We feel that every day on the subways, in the streets, at our jobs. We deserve better, we can demand better, and we can win better. And that's why we need to organize a movement of working class people. And it needs to be this that we see right here, this powerful, multinational movement that we are building. So every single time that they come for one of us, we all take to the streets. We all show up. Jordan's story is our story, and we need to win justice for Jordan and for all working class people killed at the hands of racist police, killed at the hands of racist vigilantes, killed by homelessness, hunger, suffering that is caused by this very system. So we charge this whole system guilty. Eric Adams has long been depriving the working class people of New York City, has long been criminalizing the poor. He is cutting money from public services and then is funneling money into the police department and deploying them to the subway every public space in the city. That is the crime that working class people face every day, and that is what we're fighting for. So we are demanding justice at every level. Justice for Jordan means prosecute his killer. It means build a new system where the poor don't have to suffer like this, don't have to fear for their lives every single day. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Because if we don't get no justice, if we don't get no justice, and if Jordan don't get no justice, they don't get no peace. Thank you.
Everyone give it up again for Gabby Silva, fantastic, inspiring organizer. What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! And if we don't get it, shut it down! 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 I like that Gabby talked about crime, right? Because we hear a lot about crime in the city. And let me tell you a little bit about crime in New York City. In New York City, you have a 1 in 5,000 chance of being shot. But you have a 1 in 6 chance of paying over 30% of your income in rent. And you have a 1 in 9 chance of being in extreme debt to your landlord. Why are those not crimes? Why is rent burdening not a crime? Why is homelessness criminalized only on the part of the homeless and not on the forces, on the landlords, on the CEOs and the politicians who make people homeless? Why are they not criminalized, right? When we talk about crime, the Wall Street CEOs that aren't taxed enough and now our social services are defunded. Eric Adams, who cut $650 million from the Department of Homeless Services. Why is that not criminal? Is that not violent? Is that not violence? When we talk about crime and violence, we have to point our fingers directly at the ruling class. I'm going to introduce another comrade, organizer from the Party for Socialism and Liberation, teacher, Grace Woods.
My name is Grace. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I need to talk to y'all about how calling for justice for Jordan is also an international struggle. On Wednesday, I was one of 150 young organizers from across North America who returned from a 10-day brigade to Cuba. We were there to study. That's right, give it up for Cuba. We were there to study and learn about Cuban society, and we came back with many, many lessons about our own. And one of our major tasks as organizers who visited Cuba is to return to the U.S. and to illuminate that imperial efforts against Cuba by the United States are not different than the war on our poor and working class. We cannot see Cuba without seeing the U.S. blockade. This U.S. blockade has imposed the most comprehensive sanctions on Cuba for over 60 years. And that is as punishment for a successful revolution that built a socialist state, that defeated colonialism, that claimed self-determination, and that continues to defend itself despite all efforts to be destroyed. Cuba, although it is not a utopia, is a beacon of hope. They show us that a better world is possible. And for that reason exactly, it is no accident that the U.S. is committed to cutting them off from the rest of the world. Visiting Cuba, you will see that conditions are urgent. They are an island that is denied access to imported goods of the world. They're barred from trading. They're forced to grow their national industries with little to no resources. Their infrastructure is crumbling. Food is scarce. Fuel is dangerously low. Medical supplies are inaccessible. And their people are suffering because of this blockade. Jordan Neely, too, was a victim of constructed conditions of scarcity by the U.S. empire. That's right. I can't help but think of the difference in how he would have been treated. And and responded to in Cuba because they have a planned economy that is organized to prioritize the needs of the people, where they have leadership that has a common ideology that believes and upholds dignity and humanity and peace for all people, and they will not sacrifice that for the sake of profit. Let's talk about the ideology of capitalism for a minute. What it tells us is natural. Capitalism tells us that homelessness is inevitable. It makes us believe that the only way that housing can be offered is through a business model where landlords profit from our basic need for shelter. It rewards the ruling class for hoarding property while blaming working people for their inability to access it. It criminalizes poverty that leads to jail cells that are often the only guaranteed shelter that somebody can count on. In New York City, it lets 4 apartments sit vacant for every single houseless person. In Cuba, I saw not a single houseless person, but instead I learned that their economy plans for the provision of housing for all Cuban people. After the revolution, Cuba made it a priority to dismantle the system of housing that was ruled by capitalism. They restricted the number of property assets that people could own so that housing was guaranteed for all people and redistributed. They set rent prices not on the value of property, but based on the income of the households. And they created pathways to ownership for everybody. Cuba's system of housing prioritizes human life over profit and greed. Also, inevitable and normalized under capitalism is the deterioration of our wellness, of our safety, of our ability to live. Cubans in the medical field and education and local neighborhood committees that we met named very simply that to address suffering, you get to the root of the cause. And when you get to that root, you treat it. If you are unhoused, they feed you. If you are, if you are unhoused, they house you. If you are hungry, they feed you. If you can't read, they teach you. And under the tightest of sanctions, Cuba will not make an excuse for why that can't happen. Jordan Neely.
All right, people there in New York City calling for charges after 24-year-old Jordan Neely was choked on a New York City subway. We are going to take a short break. We'll have more news in 2 minutes.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are about to get an update on this big industrial fire going on in Deer Park, Texas. We've been tracking this for you as breaking news over the past several hours. It looks like that news conference is about to get underway any moment now, but I do want to go over just some of the basics of what we know so far. This is an industrial plant that does continue to burn there near Houston, Texas. Again, this is going on in Deer Park. That is about 20 miles east of Houston. This all started with reports of an explosion this afternoon at the Shell Deer Park chemical plant that's over at East Beltway. Now, despite the massive flames and plumes of smoke there, no shelter in place was advised there for residents, the city of Deer Park telling our Fox 26 Houston team. We've been taking a live look at the aerial footage that we do have, and while we are waiting for this news conference to get underway, I do want to pop up this image, just one of several that we do have, showing hours and hours later, we are still seeing those massive flames and plumes of smoke. Again, that news conference expected to get underway any moment now, but we have received different statements coming in from several agencies in that area. We know that the environmental duty representative over at Shell Deer Park shared a statement saying, quote, "We are currently experiencing fire within one of our units. The incident is being handled within the boundaries of that facility, and there is no threat to the community from this incident. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause." Now, again, no shelter-in-place order has been advised for the city of Deer Park. That is according to city officials. We also know the Harris County Precinct 2 Commissioner Adrian Garcia issued a statement, again, to our Fox 26 Houston team, saying that his office has been in touch with the Office of Emergency Management, and also he has personally spoken with the plant manager at the facility that's been burning. In addition, the fire marshal and Harris County Pollution Control are on site there. They've been assured that the situation is under control. We know all employees at the facility have been accounted for. He did say that they urge people to avoid that area to make room for emergency response. And again, no shelter-in-place order is in effect at this time. Taking a live look once again here outside of that facility as our Fox 26 Houston team and other media outlets are out there with their mics set up and ready to go. Just about any moment now, we expect that news conference to get underway. So you can see that we are expecting this to begin any moment now. We've seen the guy there in the distance walking up to the microphone saying this was set to begin around 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. It is now about 6:47 Eastern Time. We have seen him walk up to the mic a few times here to let people know that this is about to get underway. At this point, not quite clear if he is telling them that they will take the stand momentarily here, but do want to go over some of the basics once again as we are still waiting. Take a live look right here. Over at this image we have, this is just one of many that show the flames and the smoke still there, still very visible after this industrial plant did go up in flames there. Once again, this is in Deer Park, Texas, so we're talking just outside of the Houston area. Preliminary reports were of some type of explosion at the Shell Deer Park chemical plant. This is over on East Beltway, if you are familiar with that area. I want to go over some of the statements once again that we do have as we are waiting. But again, that is a shot from our Fox 26 Houston team. Skyfox has been flying overhead for several hours as this has been ongoing. And again, no shelter in place had been advised for the city of Deer Park at this point. Now, the environmental duty representative there at Shell Deer Park saying, quote, "We are currently experiencing fire within one of our units. The incident being handled within the boundaries of this facility, and there is no threat to the community from this incident. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause." You can see, obviously, it's an aerial view, so at this point, you're going to see parts of the actual helicopter there in the distance, but I mean, just look at how high up that smoke does go. Again, the stage is set. We were told this news conference would get underway around 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We're just a few minutes behind, but it is 6:49 on the East Coast, and it is 3:49 on the West Coast there if you are just joining us. And at this point, we are simply just waiting on the law enforcement first responders there that are working this to kind of update the media. You can see all of the mics are set up there from each and every media outlet in the Houston area. That includes our Fox 26 Houston team. They have been covering this on the air around the clock, and we have been bringing you their live coverage here as this has been developing over the last several hours. So again, this is an industrial plant fire that is continuing to burn there in Deer Park, Texas. As we do wait for this news conference to get underway, I do want to take you back out live via Skyfox, because again, we're talking hours and hours after this all began. You can still see there are flames there coming from the building, from that plant itself, as well as some pretty heavy smoke there. So this is an industrial plant in Deer Park, which is about 20 miles east of Houston. We know this started as a report of an explosion this afternoon, and this is all going on at the Shell Deer Park chemical plant, which is over at East Beltway. Despite the massive flames, the plumes of smoke we're seeing, no shelter in place has been advised for residents. That is according to the city of Deer Park, and they have been in touch here with our Fox 26 Houston team. And we are keeping in touch here with our Fox 26 Houston team as we work to gather the latest information and pass it along to you right here on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do. We tap into our different local affiliates as they do bring us the latest information, and we can pass it along to you. Our Fox 26 Houston team has been on this. They've been bringing you that live coverage around the clock. As we wait for that news conference to get underway, it does look like they are back in continuous coverage here. So I am going to pop up the audio so you can listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. As I said that, they just went off the air. So instead, I am actually going to continue to update you here as we wait for that news conference to get underway. That is a live look there in Deer Park, Texas, at the stand that is up. We'll see folks approach that any moment now. We got the 10-minute warning about, I would say, almost 20 minutes ago, but you could see that some of the first responders were off there in the distance. They were kind of communicating with each other to make sure that they were able to get the latest information so they can pass it along to members of the media there in Houston. In just about any moment, we will see first responders walk up to the podium there. You can see all the mics that were set up. Right now, it looks like the person operating that camera with Fox 26 Houston has moved over a little bit. I'm not sure if they are going to move those podiums over, if they're setting up a new spot, or if he's just adjusting his camera. But we should have an answer to that coming up fairly quickly here. All right, it does appear that we just got an update from our Fox 26 Houston team. We are now told that this is not going to begin until about 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 6:15 p.m. Central Time. So we're going to keep that up, and we will update you as we get more. But really quickly, I do want to take you right back here to a live image, an aerial shot of that fire still burning hours and hours later Friday afternoon. The Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez saying the fire is at the Shell Deer Park chemical plant. This is over at East Beltway. Again, this news conference expected to get underway coming up in just about, I would say, 25 minutes. So we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. And if our Fox 26 Houston team goes back into coverage, we will bring that to you as well. In the meantime, I do want to go over to some of the other stories here that we have been covering on Live Now from Fox. And one of them, this is a big one, tomorrow is going to be the coronation there for King Charles III. We've been watching, as we will have continuous coverage, but we are hours away from that coronation. He's going to be crowned Saturday at Westminster Abbey in an elaborate ceremony. The ceremony, though, will be smaller than that of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, and will also be shorter. 2,000 guests expected compared to 8,000 for the Queen's coronation in 1953. The ceremony will run for about 2 hours rather than 3 hours. While the cost of the ceremony not fully known just yet, the Queen's coronation cost the equivalent of about $26 million. That is in today's cash. We know the crown has been resized and troops are ready for the largest military procession in 70 years. Lauren Blanchard with Fox News has the latest from London.
King Charles III greeting crowds of supporters along the road leading to Buckingham Palace. On Saturday, he'll travel that same route to Westminster Abbey for his coronation. People from around the world have gathered to catch a glimpse of Britain's new monarch.
The last coronation was 70 years ago. Most of us were not born. So today, as we are seeing this, we are happy.
Earlier Friday, the king, along with members of the royal family, attended a lunch with leaders from across the Commonwealth. First Lady Jill Biden also arrived in London for Saturday's ceremony. She's one of 2,000 guests who will watch His Majesty receive St. Edward's crown and take an oath.
This is really just the opportunity for the UK to show off and show the world, how glamorous and how beautiful their traditions are.
But the day won't be without controversy. Anti-monarchy groups plan to hold protests near the coronation route, while others are criticizing the event's price tag, which could cost as much as $125 million. Still, the event will be scaled back from the crowning of Queen Elizabeth II, which happened 70 years ago.
We anticipate a shorter ceremony, which could result in less robe changes. The Parliament robe, that is expected to be a new creation with a nod to sustainability and the environment.
On Sunday, the celebrations continue with a concert and parties across the UK. In London, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And just a reminder here, we will have continuous coverage of the coronation of King Charles III. Our coverage does start bright and early tomorrow, or dark and early, depending on where you are. That's going to start at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. You will have our very own Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich. They will be live all throughout the morning to bring you all of the festivities, and I can guarantee it is going to be a big celebration. So don't forget to set your alarm and wake up tomorrow with us here on Live Now from Fox. As we do continue to cover this massive fire at a chemical plant over there near Houston, I want to take you to a live image once again. This is a live look from Sky Fox, where you can see overhead the flames are still burning there, and we're talking about some massive plumes of smoke that are filling the air at this point. I do want to take you out to a tweet that just came in from the sheriff there in the county where this is all ongoing here. He did provide just a little bit information here as far as injuries and things of that nature. Ed Gonzalez did say, quote, "I'm at the scene. Preliminary information, no off-site impact. There was no explosion. It was a fire. A heat exchange between two heavy gas oils. Fire is diminishing and contained. The product is being depressurized. Visible flames are there to relieve pressure. 5 contractors have been transported to the hospital for precautionary reasons, largely due to the heat. No serious injuries," he says, have been reported. At the top of the hour here, our Fox 26 Houston team will go back into continuous coverage as we wait for that news conference to get underway. So we'll bring you them live, raw, and unfiltered there. What I am seeing right now is folks that are actually walking up to the podium, so I'm not sure we might be about to get this live update here. Let me pop that up for you, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Is everyone ready? I'll start off in English and then do a quick Spanish and then answer questions.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me get one other person.
Okay. situation?
Yes, absolutely. I'll answer anything investigation.
We're ready now, sir. Okay, everyone ready?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Ed Gonzalez, Harris County Sheriff, joined here by other key partners that have been involved in the response out here. To my right, from the lead agency, the Harris County Fire Marshal's Office, I have been in touch with Fire Marshal Laurie Christensen. We have Deputy Chief Lawhorn. We have Captain Singleton. To my left, I have team members from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. We have Captain Douglas, that was one of the first ones on the scene, as well as Assistant Chief Tommy Diaz and Major Saul Suarez. What we know right now is that, most importantly, there is no off-site impact. There was no actual explosion. This was a fire. It was a heat exchange between two heavy gas oils. The fire is diminishing and contained on site, pretty much within the perimeter where everything happened at. The product is being depressurized at this time. The visible flares that we could still see from the highway, those are there simply to relieve some of the pressure. We've started opening up the roadways. We're starting now to also just other personnel that's not needed on site. They're being relieved so that they could go on to other duties at this point. So these things are always scary when they initially happen, and we're just trying to get the best information we can. We also are waiting for a representative from Shell Oil, but they're not here yet, so we didn't want to delay this press conference anymore. So hopefully they'll be coming out with some type of statement here soon to advise the public of their information. Ultimately, they're the ones that have the answers to what's happening ongoing. And the 5 contractors that were transported, it's precautionary. It's not anything directly related to the fire, just mainly the heat and responding and again, just the heat and the equipment and everything. So it's our understanding there's no serious injuries that have been reported at this time. Brevemente, lo que tenemos aquí es que el incendio en este momento está contenido. No fue una explosión, sino un incendio. No hay impacto.
So right now we do have police in that area and the sheriff's office that are providing this update about this fire in Deer Park, Texas, at the Shell plant right there on your screen. That to the right side of your screen is a live look from Sky Fox with our Fox 26 Houston team as they have been covering this for several hours. Now, some of the key points there provided by the sheriff. He says the fire is diminishing. He says there was no explosion. We know the initial reports came in as an explosion. However, he says that did not happen. It is simply a fire that was caused by a situation other than that. Also, 5 contractors were transported to a hospital, but that is just as a precaution. There are no serious injuries as a result of that. He did give that brief statement, and then he did translate it into Spanish. Let's pop up the audio back up and listen in as reporters will be asking questions.
The way we respond to all scenes of this magnitude, and thankfully for the moment it appears to be contained, and again no threats to the community or anything. If there's any specific questions, I'll probably defer to our partners at the fire marshals to answer any more specific questions, but I'll give it a shot. Harris County air pollution is out here on site, so they're monitoring that right now. So far nothing has been reported. I think we have a representative, so if she wants to join us as well. Harris County Pollution Center is here as well. They're always on site and do a terrific job, so they could answer that. Do you want to maybe respond to that real quick about the pollution control and your name and title?
Hello, my name is Kamisha Sonye, and I am the Deputy Director of Harris County Pollution Control Services. And currently the emergency response team is out there and they're doing monitoring. And we also have air monitoring, which is our RAM is also out there. And so you all can always look at our website where it will show where all the points are dropped at if we have any type of problem. Thank you.
Have you had like any dashboard information that's like available yet, or are you still?
Yes, it's actually on our website.
We're not seeing any impacts at this time?
No, not at this time.
How long will you all kind of be here monitoring the situation?
Actually, we plan on monitoring until the fire goes out.
And what have they told you? What chemical was burning?
We're gonna. I'll have to get back with you on that.
Have they not told you that?
They probably have. I just got on scene. My apologies.
No problem. Sheriff, you said it was something about a heat exchange. Could you repeat that? What caused the fire?
it was described to me as a heat exchange that occurred between two heavy gas oils. So I don't know if one of you want to touch on what a heat exchange can cause.
Captain James Singleton, our initial report was that they were working on the unit, and this unit processes a cracked heavy gas oil. As far as how it was caused, we're still under investigation.
Do you know the name of that unit?
No, this facility is owned by Shell. Don't have the unit name.
Was there no explosion? Was that the case? No explosion otherwise?
There was no explosion. There was a leak that ignited shortly after the initial leak.
And this was, they were doing like routine maintenance kind of things going on, or what was that?
That I'm still trying to determine. We're doing interviews right now. It's a little early on, but we are doing interviews right now, and we're waiting to gain access to the site once the fire's out.
So the people who were injured were where in relation to the fire?
Don't have that information right now.
And are you satisfied with the level of communication you're getting from the facility?
Yes, I would say that Shell's been very cooperative so far, and we're getting good cooperation.
Does anybody put information on the care line anymore?
That would be up to Shell.
Yeah, that would be up to the facility to do that.
So it was 5 contract employees, is that right? And
yeah, it's our understanding there were 5 contractor employees.
And they were just, it was a precautionary.
That's what we're told. It was precautionary, primarily due just to heat exhaustion type things, just the natural heat of the day and the fire and proximity and things like that, but nothing where they're seriously injured. That's the preliminary information we have.
Yeah, to your knowledge, no one was burned in the fire.
To our knowledge, no one was burned.
Do we know about the fire, with these water chemicals?
But before we do, we have some preliminary information on the gas. I wanted to just update real quick. Again, it's still preliminary. It's like a precursor to. It's one of the products that creates the gas or develops.
Correct. It's actually a hydrocarbon, which is a heavy gas, which is a precursor to production of gas and diesel. Thank you.
The mayor described it as burnt carbon or something like that.
Yeah, I think all of that. A lot of that will really be once we. Our fire marshals and Shell could give more information. Again, I was hoping that they were here. We were waiting, giving them some time to get here. We didn't want to delay at least giving you some information, and that's why we came on board.
It sounds like people that live in the immediate area were never under any danger. There was no shelter in place.
There was nothing of that sort. If not, we would have mobilized pretty quickly. As I mentioned, Captain Douglas was pretty much on ground zero pretty quickly. He was here pretty quick and would have alerted us. We also have our industrial liaisons, our deputies that are from the Harris County Sheriff's Office, very experienced. They're pretty much on site. I went on site by where the fire is taking place right now. I was in very close proximity, so we had conversations. So everything appears to be under control.
Tell us what you saw, Sheriff, when you were standing.
Yeah, we have the SEMA command post there. Again, it's unified command. We could see the flares in proximity, but I didn't see any raging fires at that point anymore. Did you want to add anything, Captain?
Okay. Sheriff, ¿sabemos si van a venir las autoridades de Shell a hablar a los medios de comunicación?
Los invitamos que vinieran. Parece que estaban escribiendo un statement para dar, y también los invitamos. Yo pensaba que iban a llegar aquí en tiempo, pero no están. Al final es la propiedad de ellos y ellos tienen que responder para los hechos que pasaron ahí.
Tardamos cerca de 2 horas en recibir información oficial para informar a la comunidad.
You are listening in there as first responders are giving an update on this major chemical plant fire. This is a Shell facility over there in Deer Park, Texas, right outside of Houston. Our Fox 26 Houston team flying overhead with Skyfox, and you can see that off to the right side of your screen, where hours later there are still massive flames and big plumes of smoke. 5 contractors, the sheriff says, were transported to a hospital as a precaution. Their injuries not serious. He does say the fire is diminishing and there was no explosion as was originally reported. It's simply a fire here. Let's pop up the audio and listen back in. Of course, we know that he is answering questions in English, but also there in Spanish.
también queremos tener las cosas factuales.
Given the amount of smoke in the air, I guess I'm surprised that there wasn't a shelter in place without a payment. Like, what is there anyone that can speak to the level of why not today?
Anybody want to speak to?
Did it have to do with the direction of the wind?
I read the advisories from, I think, LaPorte and Deer Park both said that there wasn't a very strong wind that was necessarily moving anything. Everything was still contained. And then once they determined what it was and that it was pretty much, they started depressurizing everything, it basically is putting itself out in a way. There wasn't a concern that it was going to spread and there was no impact. The flame was contained. And I don't know if anybody wants to give anything more detail than that.
Who's the one that makes that call?
It would be the unified command that's on scene. Who makes that type of call if there would be a concern?
The authority having jurisdiction.
Yeah. So in this case, it would have been you all, right, to determine.
Actually, it would have been the local fire department, the fire chief, or the police chief.
Yeah, if they felt that it was an actual threat to the rest of the public.
And when it first happened, they were talking about, did they evacuate all the employees, and then did people? What happened then? Did they?
They started trying to account for everyone, and it was our understanding that everybody was accounted for, and folks that ran from that initial perimeter where everything happened. As big as it was, it seemed pretty much contained inside the facility. It's a pretty large complex. It took us quite a bit to navigate our way into the hot zone, if you will, and so it was pretty much contained there, and everybody had already been moved back.
Do you have any idea how many employees, people were in the kind of immediate area when it happened?
No, that's something we're going to have to probably timeline, and Shell will have to provide. Yeah.
Somebody from the fire marshal's office. I mean, so this has been described as routine maintenance. So then, what could have happened to spark a fire if this happened? Is routine.
In the early reports, they were doing maintenance. In this type of event, you can easily have a leak of product, and it can easily find an ignition source. Tools can be used that cause spark. They have tools they're supposed to use that don't cause that, but it's going to be part of the investigation as we're looking to find out what the sequence of events was. Was there a leak prior to the fire as being initially described?
Is there a lot of damage to that particular area?
From our vantage point, there's been a significant fire, but we've not been close to the unit due to the safety concerns so far.
You said you had to interview people. Do you have any idea how many people you need to talk to?
That'll be part of the investigation. On an investigation such as this, you're looking at a large number of people that have to be interviewed. Everyone that was at the unit at the time of the fire, the controllers, management, anybody that called 911. There's a significant number of interviews involved in the investigation.
How long is it going to take?
I'm making plans for the weekend. We'll be out here a while.
I also want to just briefly thank all the first responders that did show up out here, from all the local fire departments to the police departments. I saw Precinct 2 constables, Deer Park Police, other agencies, obviously the Sheriff's Office, and really appreciate everyone. That they may not physically be here with us right now, but they've been responding and assisting.
Ma'am, from pollution control, do you mind, could you step to the mic? So your PIO was telling us about the monitoring that you're doing, the vehicle monitoring for vehicles. I guess you're in channel view. Can you kind of talk about that, please?
Actually, I'll have to get back with you if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, because they told us it would come from the presser. So
Okay.
You have several
I just got on scene, but we do
We
have several
typically
monitors
would.
out there. Actually, we have our emergency response crew. It's actually boots on the ground, so they're out there dropping points and doing monitoring. And then we also have a RAM that's also taking monitoring points all over within the Channelview area, just to see what exactly they pick up on.
And that'll be on the website?
Yes, everything is on the website.
Do you know the latest numbers by chance?
No, but I can get them to you after this press conference.
when you say on the website, you mean the readings will be on the website?
Yes, the dots.
But again, at this point, there's no concern. Right?
I will be able to let you know that after this press conference.
But you did say that the initial observation, you weren't picking up anything.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know if anything has happened as we speak now.
Yeah.
But before then, we haven't picked up anything.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Gracias. They were supposed to, we delayed it a little bit to let them come.
All right, so that concludes that news conference there that was underway over in Deer Park, Texas. We're talking just outside of Houston. First responders there giving us an update and letting us know this was not an explosion. It was actually a fire there at the plant. And I do want to pull up the live image here. This is coming from our Fox 26 Houston and Sky Fox there. So, hey, you can see hours and hours later, there is still massive flames as well as big plumes of smoke. Crews do say that the fire is quote unquote diminishing at this point. So they do have a good outlook here as this is still being battled. But we know 5 people were taken to a hospital just as a precaution, the sheriff says. Thankfully, no serious injuries, and all of this does remain under investigation. It is 7:15 on the East Coast and 4:15 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:17 over on the East Coast, and it is 4:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's go to New York City, where the choking death of a man on the city's subway continues to draw national attention. Video shows riders trying to subdue Jordan Neely, and a 24-year-old Marine ends up holding Neely in a headlock for at least 3 minutes. Police say that Marine was questioned and released without charges. Now, the New York City Medical Examiner's Office has ruled Neely's death a homicide, saying he died as a result of compression of his neck caused by that chokehold. The Manhattan DA says his office will review autopsy reports and other evidence. I do want to bring in Silva Megardichian, a criminal defense attorney and legal analyst, to talk more about all of this, as again, this case is getting national attention. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Thank you, Josh, so much. It's an honor.
So first off, we know right now that Marine was let go. He has not been charged. We do know that the DA says that they are looking at evidence, and the medical examiner's office calling this a homicide. Do we know at this point if charges could still be filed?
Yes, absolutely. Charges could still be filed and can be charged months after the incident. Josh, there's so much that goes through, that happens in investigation for a case like this. It's a self-defense case, and there's more complications to it. It's not just about self-defense. They do have to interview the witnesses on the train. They have to go through video. And New York City has a long history when it comes to vigilantism and self-defense. And the key here is, was this Marine essentially in fear for himself or trying to protect others? And all of that usually takes a lengthy investigation.
And I do want to take you out live right now because this is actually a live image coming in from a rally that's being held where folks out there in New York City are asking for the DA to file those charges. Now, based on your legal experience, what are your thoughts on the fact that no charges have been filed thus far?
Well, it's normal. Josh, it's a case where you have a young man who did try to subdue someone. It doesn't seem like there's any intent to kill. It looks like he was trying to subdue, calm down the person. And it shows you because there were two other witnesses that tried to help him subdue the young man. What's really unfortunate in a case like this also, what complicates matters, is it looks like the system also failed the victim. This young man was 24 years old. He had a history of, the Marine was 24 years old. The victim was a young man who had just serious mental illness, a tragic life where his mother was killed in a very violent way. His aunt came out and said that he needed a lot of help. It's just a tragedy all around, and he never got the proper help. And then you also have people in New York who are scared to death of crime. The crime rates have gone up. They don't feel protected, and a lot of people do feel like they have to take their defense in their own hands. So it's unfortunate, and I just hope the discussion continues, both when it comes to giving proper help to those who are mentally ill, and also maybe New York City can really help in proactive policing like they used to.
Does it make it more difficult for investigators in a case like this when honestly the eyes of the nation are on them? People across the country are paying such close attention to this case. How does that affect how investigators go about doing their jobs?
Oh, Josh, it's always a part of every criminal case. When the eyes of the world are on you, you want to make sure that you dot every I and cross every T. You don't want to make a mistake. You have a minority victim here. There's always going to be an underlying issue of was race involved. And then you have an issue of self-defense and whether people should have a legitimate right to protect themselves and protect others. New York doesn't want to get it wrong. They've been in the news for a lot of reasons. There's been a lot of press on the dangerousness of the subway system. In this case, they don't want to make a mistake. Again, when the eyes of the world are looking at you, you want to show that you're prosecutorial, but that you're compassionate. So they want to make sure that they don't make a wrong move. And when I say they, I mean the mayor and the district attorney's office. They have a lot to consider. It's not a black and white case here. There's a lot underneath.
And you kind of touched on this here, but why do you think so many people across the country are paying such close attention to this case? You've seen it making national headlines, people on social media posting the video and sharing their thoughts. Why is that?
I think because it's sad all around. You have a young victim who really had a horrific existence, right? Where a mother was slaughtered, where he looks like the system failed him. You have a young Marine, an ex-Marine, who seemed like he was just trying to subdue someone who inspired fear in others. It doesn't look like this young man did anything other than crazy words, essentially. Not only do you have a race issue where you have two different ethnicities involved, but you also underneath it have mental illness issues. And I think it strikes a chord, especially when there's so many families dealing with mental illness, where they have a loved one who they beg for help, and there just isn't a system in place where there's help given. I think we can all say if this victim had mental help in some capacity, would we be in this position? As a criminal defense attorney, it crushes me that it's another mentally ill person where he's not understood, where help wasn't given, where he became a victim, and also a Marine who seemed like all he was trying to do was subdue someone because he was trying to defend others. It's just a tragic story all around, I think, for everybody, no matter where you are on the issue. It's just a hard thing to see.
And of course, we know this was all caught on camera. It's been circulating not just on social media, but all over YouTube and other platforms there. How does that change an investigation when you literally have the incident caught on camera and so many people across the country have seen it?
It's true, Josh. I mean, we always say as criminal defense attorneys, honestly, video is always a great thing for us. But you also want a full video, not just of the incident, but what led up to the incident. And in a case like this, that's most important because it doesn't tell the full story. We know the Marine had him in a chokehold, but we're not really sure about what happened before that. We know that witnesses said that this young man was screaming essentially, "I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I don't care if I spend the rest of my life in state prison, I don't care anymore." But we need to see what was done for this Marine to feel like himself or others were in danger. Because I will tell you, Josh, if in fact it wasn't clear that there was any danger, it's unlikely he wouldn't be arrested by now. Or the fact that witnesses tried to also subdue this young man. Also, the Marine waited for the officers to come to the scene. The train operator called the police. So there's a lot going on that needs to be explained just beyond the snippet of video that's been circulated.
And really briefly, once again, I do want to pop up this live image coming in. This is a protest and rally being held there in New York City where folks are asking for charges to be filed against this Marine. So do social media and the cries for change like this circulating all over play any kind of role in how the case is investigated? Do we have investigators actually taking this into account?
You know, Josh, I think it would be, no matter what, with criminal defense these days in the age of social media, it does have a huge impact. Because it's different when the eyes of the world are on you and when social media takes a platform. You know, they release names, they release issues, and it gets almost a gang mentality involved where they might not have the full story. You know, we can't forget that a lot of times investigations, a lot of it is private. They don't release all of the information. So I think investigators in this arena need to be really careful what they release, how they go forward. And regardless of the decision they make, I really do believe in a case like this, in all cases like this, full transparency is absolutely necessary to show people that the system does work, or at least that full analysis has been given for whatever charges are made or not made.
One thing that's always interesting is, you know, the medical examiner has said his death was a homicide, and so many people seem to equate homicide with murder, and they're not necessarily the same thing. So I think in a lot of cases, that's what people hear, but they're really just not the same.
Exactly. There's an intent issue. You know, especially in a case like this, it doesn't look like the Marine's intent was to kill. It seemed like the intent was to subdue. Unlike in other cases where, you know, again, national media cases where the victim says, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." In this case, it looks like the victim was still moving around. He was still trying to get out of the chokehold and was fighting back, necessitating 2 additional witnesses to try to subdue him. So homicide is a very tricky thing because it's also intent, and intent is always analyzed as a primary issue when it comes to charges being delivered. And this could be charged as a manslaughter, where intent isn't really necessary. It really depends what comes out from those witness statements and other videos that are not redacted or small pieces in time.
And it's so true because people hear homicide and just automatically equate it to murder. Now, the real question is, what happens next in the investigation here? What is the next step?
All witnesses need to be interviewed. All videos need to be watched and subpoenaed. And honestly, the Marine is going to be interviewed over and over and over again to make sure to find out what exactly his purpose was, why he thought he needed to either protect others or protect himself. And also, this standard is very much objectively. Would anyone in his position feel like they were in danger or other people were in danger? Would his inaction have caused some kind of danger to himself or others. By the time that is figured out, it's going to take some time. And if charges are being filed, you know, again, they should be filed within 60 to 90 days, I would imagine. I don't think New York is going to want to delay this, because the more they delay, the more media attention is really going to surround needless delays. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns, but we should have some answers, I would say, within a 30 to 90-day period.
My last question for you here, is there any way to determine if charges will be filed here, or is it pretty much just kind of up in the air, as you can see both sides of why and why not those charges might be filed or not?
I think the mayor did a good job in just saying we need to get all the facts. We can't jump to conclusions, especially when you have an issue like this that has so many layers. The fact of the matter is, I feel like if crime wasn't such an issue in New York City, there wouldn't be such a discussion. But it is, you know, riding the subway these days, you don't know whether you're going to get home safely without incident. And I think what the mayor is saying is, let's just take our time, fully investigate this, and see if charges are necessitated. You know, I'm a child of the 80s, and I lived in New York when that Bernie Goetz case came out, where a man shot at people who were trying to hold him up with a screwdriver, and that made national news. New York has a very rich history in these kinds of cases. So honestly, at this stage, anything could happen.
All right, Silva Megerditchian, thank you so much for taking the time here to talk to us and provide some insight there on a case that so many people are paying such close attention to. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
You know, Josh, the only thing I would say, again, as a criminal defense attorney, we put so much money in the system towards so many issues. The number one issue that we really should invest in is proper mental health. I still say, if this young man had the health after his mom was killed, where he could have done therapy, therapeutic intervention, would we be where we are now, where a street performer who made utterances on the subway is now tragically killed? We need mental health assistance for families where they have a family member who's really suffering. We need to get more money into a system to help people. And that's where I just want everyone to just, you know, find the help they need and have communities invest more in this. That's the only way we can prevent tragedies like this.
All right, Silva, thank you again for taking the time here to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. It's so honored to be on your program. Thank you for everything.
All right, everybody, taking a live look once again over in New York City. We've been bringing you the comments here as this rally and protest are underway, as folks are asking for that Marine to be charged in connection with Jordan's death. We will continue to bring you updates as we do get them. Also want to take you out to this live image. This is courtesy our Sky Fox team over there in Houston. Our Fox 26 Houston team has been flying above this chemical plant fire that has now been burning for several hours. We did just get an update from fire officials there saying that while 5 people there were injured, we know that they do not have serious injuries and were rushed to a hospital just as a precaution. So this is going on in Deer Park, Texas, which is about 20 miles east of Houston. It started with reports of an explosion this afternoon at the Shell Deer Park chemical plant that is at East Beltway, if you are familiar with the area. And despite the massive flames and plumes of smoke, no shelter-in-place order has been advised for residents, but the cause of this fire is still under investigation. Again, this is over in Deer Park, Texas, about 20 miles east of Houston. It is 7:33 on the East Coast and 4:33 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring you the latest on a situation we've been following for several days here. This is a fatal shooting over in Midtown Atlanta. At this point, there is still no word on a motive after a man opened fire inside the waiting room of the Atlanta medical practice in Midtown Wednesday, killing one woman and wounding 4 others. The manhunt for 24-year-old Dion Patterson lasting for hours until law enforcement says he was captured over in Cobb County, which is just northwest of Atlanta. During a news conference, Atlanta's deputy police chief saying, quote, "Why he did what he did, all of that is still under investigation," declining to comment on a possible motive. Atlanta police say Patterson had an appointment at a Northside medical building and opened fire shortly after arriving in an attack that lasted about 2 minutes. Patterson is accused of running to a gas station nearby, taking a pickup truck that had been left running and driving off. Now, the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office identified the 39-year-old woman killed in that shooting as Amy St. Pierre. Atlanta police say 4 other women ranging in age from 25 to 71 were in critical condition, but one of them, it appears, is ready to leave the hospital. Atlanta's police chief posting to his Twitter page a bit earlier on today with a brief statement about the response to that shooting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Darren Sherbaum, Chief of Police of the Atlanta Police Department. I wanted to take just a moment to extend my appreciation, as well as appreciation all of the Atlanta Police Department, to everyone that supported us in our efforts on May 3rd as we addressed the active shooter in our Midtown community. When we put out a shelter-in-place alert, that is vital for 2 reasons. One, to ensure that all the citizens in the area are safe and protected as we work to apprehend a dangerous individual, and also to ensure that the streets and the sidewalks are kept clear for us to quickly move emergency vehicles throughout the city, fire, ambulances, and police, so we can do our job in a quick and efficient manner. So thank you to everyone that responded to that shelter-in-place request, and for every business that activated your safety protocols to ensure that your patrons were safe and you were supporting us in our mission. And thank you to everyone that called 911, sent a video, or sent a picture to assist in our investigation. That is always important for us to effectively serve you. And thank you to everyone also that has integrated or registered their cameras in Connect Atlanta. For the camera system on May 3rd was vital for us to quickly identify and locate and apprehend this individual that was causing harm to our city. And I do want to thank all of our partners, from the Georgia State Patrol, the Sheriff of Fulton County, Georgia Tech, Georgia State University, MARTA Police Department, the Marshal of Fulton County, the Georgia State Patrol, the GBI, the FBI, the United States Marshals, and the Secret Service for their support yesterday, and to Cobb County Police Department that worked diligently in their community to apprehend this individual that had hurt us right here in Atlanta. It is our great pride to serve all 245 neighborhoods of the city of Atlanta. And we must endure danger and difficult times together. We only succeed as a police department when we have you working right alongside with us, as you did on May 3rd. So thank you. Thank you for continuing to support the Atlanta Police Department, being a partner as we work for one safe city, and thank you for all you do for Atlanta, Georgia.
That was, again, a statement made by the police chief there in Atlanta about that shooting, and that right there is the suspect on your screen. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team has been covering this around the clock from each and every angle. They spoke earlier today with the suspect's mother to get some insight. Here at Live Now from Fox, we tap into our local Fox affiliates across the country, and I do want to bring you a portion of our Fox 5 Atlanta team's coverage tonight of that story.
What is the location of your emergencies? 1110 West Peachtree Street, the North Side Medical Building, Suite 1100. We hear gunshots in the hall.
Are they still shooting?
They're not shooting at this moment, but there were several shots that we heard.
Can he talk to the ambulance? EMS, I'm sorry?
They took cover. I mean, we have a bunch of employees, patients in the building.
Developing tonight, within the last hour, Atlanta police have released the 911 calls from the Midtown shooting. What you just heard was only part of one call dispatchers received on Wednesday. Officers have charged Dion Patterson with murder and aggravated assault. They say he killed one woman and wounded 4 others. Investigators still working to determine a motive in this case.
One of the victims is actually going home, which we're pleased to see. She's doing very, very well.
Our other development tonight is that good news. One of the 4 victims, the shooting victims, has been released from the hospital. Good evening. I'm Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Grady Hospital officials made the announcement this afternoon. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert is live there now with the very latest. Tyler?
Yeah, Courtney, good evening to you. For the last few days, 4 victims from that Midtown shooting have been recovering here at Grady Memorial Hospital. Today, the first person was released, but that's not the only good news. Hospital officials say they expect the other 3 to recover as well.
2 days after a senseless shooting left 1 woman dead and 4 others injured inside this medical facility in Midtown Atlanta, there's hope just blocks away at Grady Memorial Hospital for the surviving victims.
Good news, everybody's doing very well.
Friday, one of the women shot during the Midtown shooting was released from the hospital. 3 others are still being treated. For the woman who got out, Dr. Robert Jansen, Grady Health's chief medical officer, says her road to recovery is just beginning.
The trauma from a gunshot wound is not just physical. It's psychological and emotional, and I don't think you can underestimate that impact. She's had a hard time adjusting.
For the 3 who are still hospitalized, 2 remain in the intensive care unit after successful surgeries Thursday. The condition of the last woman has improved, and she was moved out of the ICU.
Fortunately, when you have this type of trauma, it doesn't always go this well. But our staff has done a great job.
While the hospital isn't identifying the patients they're treating, court records are. They're identified as Lisa Glenn, who was shot in the abdomen, Georgette Whitlow, who was shot in the arm, Jasmine Daniel, who was shot in the abdomen multiple times, and Alicia Hollinger, who was shot in the face. Grady Memorial teams have been working around the clock on the Midtown shooting victims, and they're happy to see the improvement.
Every time someone gets better, it's a testament to their work, and every time something doesn't go well, it's devastating. Unfortunately, in this circumstance, things have thus far gone very well.
The top doctor here at Grady says all the victims know what happened and are grateful for all the care that they have received so far. At this point, hospital officials do not know when the other 3 victims will be able to leave the hospital. We're live downtown tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, Dr. Jansen and his team are a treasure in this community. Tyler, thanks. Dion Patterson is still in jail on those murder charges after waiving his first appearance in court yesterday. And tonight, Fox 5's Denise Dillon has an exclusive interview with Patterson's mother. Denise, what did she have to say?
Well, the very first thing Mignon Patterson wanted to say was to express her condolences to the family of Amy St. Pierre, the woman who was killed in the shooting, and to send prayers to the other 4 women who were shot.
I want to give my sincere and deepest condolences and prayers to any and every family that was affected by the situation.
Mignon Patterson stood next to her daughter. Both of them held photos of Dion Patterson. Mrs. Patterson said there are a lot of false statements being made about why her son was at the doctor's office Wednesday. While she wouldn't go into details about why he was there, she says he has mental health issues.
My son, Dion Patterson, has an affliction with mental illness. And mental health illness is a very disgusting disease that isn't widely discussed. It's not talked about. Everyone hides from it.
Mignon Patterson says as the mother of Dion Patterson, she has to be there for him and to be his advocate. She says she has not seen him since he was arrested Wednesday night. We will hear more from her on Fox 5 News at 10 and 11 this evening. Reporting live in Conyers, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
Wow. All right, Denise, thanks. In response to the Midtown shooting, a group of protesters gathered outside the governor's mansion today calling for stricter gun laws in Georgia. The protesters came from a number of different organizations holding signs that read, "Regulate guns, not women." The group denounced the gun laws Governor Kemp has signed off on, and they called on the governor for help for what they call better laws in place and simply calling for action.
you see a picture every day. This happens every day, and you see it, and you think, this is horrible for this community, for this family, and you feel the grief and you get mad, and then it's someone you know, and it just touches in a different place. It inches closer and closer until it's just too close.
A number of the protesters say they were friends of Amy St. Pierre, the woman who was killed in Wednesday's shooting. We've asked the governor's office to respond to calls for new limits on guns in the wake of the shooting. So far, his office has declined to comment. Just over a year ago, the governor signed the bill that makes it legal for Georgia gun owners to carry a concealed handgun in public without a license from the state. The bill passed the state Senate on a 34-22 vote.
That was our Fox 5 Atlanta team there, and their coverage tonight of that mass shooting that happened inside of a medical building waiting room when a man walked in and opened fire earlier this week. He did kill one person and wounded 4 others. It is now 7:46 on the East Coast and 4:46 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We've been bringing you this aerial footage from our Fox 26 Houston team as this chemical plant does continue to burn there in Deer Park, which is just outside of Houston. We are going to continue to follow this and bring you updates as we do get them. We can tell you right now that the injuries that were reported are fairly minor, and it does appear that anyone who was taken to the hospital, 5 people there, do have injuries that are not considered severe, and they were taken there just as a precaution. Again, as we do get more details on that, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some of the other big stories that we have been following, and this is a follow-up to a story that we brought you just yesterday, as British singer Ed Sheeran did not steal key components of Marvin Gaye's classic 1970s tune, Let's Get It On, to create his hit song Thinking Out Loud. A jury said that with a trial verdict Thursday, prompting Sheeran to joke later that he won't have to follow through on his threat to quit music if he did lose that lawsuit there. Mark Ostro, senior counsel at Romano Law in New York, does join us now live to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here tonight.
Oh, my pleasure.
So first off, what did you think of this verdict? Is it something that we expected would happen?
Well, it's a jury, so you can't really ever know what to expect. But I think that the verdict is absolutely consistent with recent similar high-profile cases. including the Led Zeppelin case and the Katy Perry case. And I do believe that the jury made the right decision based upon what was at issue in this case and the governing copyright law principles.
And as we said, Ed Sheeran actually said that if he lost, he would quit music altogether. Do you think that was a show of how confident he was that he was going to win, or was he really just saying, I'm out if I lose?
I think it's the latter. I don't think it was a show of confidence at all. Again, you don't know how a jury is going to decide, and I do think that he was genuinely frustrated, and he felt that a verdict like this would undermine the whole songwriting process for artists, not just him, but all artists.
And if Sheeran had lost, would that have likely opened the door to other lawsuits just like this one from other people who say, hey, this person stole my music, because it kind of sounds the same?
Absolutely. If the jury had found Sheeran had infringed, and especially if the verdict were upheld on appeal, or even if the parties subsequently settled to avoid a lengthy appeal process, it would further open the floodgates to major suits against artists where there's any claim of similarity that could be made.
And Sheeran actually played the song there in concert. We heard one of the jurors say it was a great concert. Can something like that, let's say a celebrity performing in the courtroom during the trial, affect the jury's decision?
Well, I think a celebrity artist performing in the courtroom is absolutely going to have an effect on the jury. But depending upon the nature of the performance and the credibility of the artist, that could either be positive or negative. In this case, it seems to have been a positive influence, because part of what Sheeran was doing was demonstrating his songwriting process.
So when selecting a jury, would they ask potential jurors if they're a fan of Sheeran? Does that actually matter? I know that when they pick juries, they normally ask these kinds of questions. So in a case like this, would they have asked if, you know, the potential juror was a fan of Sheeran's music?
Well, if I were the plaintiff's lawyer, I certainly would not want a juror that was predisposed to rule in Sheeran's favor. So if I were picking the jury for the plaintiff, I wouldn't want an ardent Ed Sheeran fan hearing the case.
Do we see cases like this one over music happening very often? I feel like you mentioned a few of them, and I've heard quite a few of them over the past several years. Is this that common, and how often do they end up going against someone like Ed Sheeran?
I think, first of all, claims are frequently made. Most of these things don't go to court. If there really is a viable claim, they typically get settled and we never hear about it. But again, I believe that the Blurred Lines case, which also involved a Marvin Gaye song, really was the first time that you had a jury verdict that was upheld on appeal, where there wasn't something that you could really point to that was actually infringing, like the melody and the lyrics, even though the appellate court said that they weren't finding that you could copyright a groove or a feel. That was the effect of the Blurred Lines case, and that really started a wave of these kinds of lawsuits. But as I mentioned, from some of the other cases, like the Led Zeppelin case and the Katy Perry case, there the defendants prevailed. So the tide has been turning, and now with Ed Sheeran, you may see these cases still filed, but I think instead, now I think the spigot is being turned to what had been a fire hose to maybe now being a garden hose for these kinds of cases.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us. Is there anything you want to add before I let you go?
Other than to reiterate that despite what seems to be surface similarities between the cases, what really you have to have are copyrightable elements that are taken. And what was mostly in common was the chord progressions between the two songs. And chord progressions are building blocks of songs that are freely to be used, and so you can't build an infringement case based upon non-copyrightable elements in songs.
All right, Mark, thank you again for taking the time here to join us. We appreciate it.
Oh, it was a pleasure being here. Thank you.
All right, 7:55 on the East Coast and 4:55 on the West Coast. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we'll be right back. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:57 on the East Coast and 4:57 on the West Coast. One of our top stories right now, we are just hours away from the coronation for King Charles III. He's going to be crowned Saturday at Westminster Abbey in an elaborate ceremony. And I can tell you can watch it all right here on Live Now from Fox with some pretty cool coverage that is going to start at 5 a.m. Eastern Time with our very own Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich. They will bring you through each and every moment, and we'll have some live guests as well. You won't want to miss it. Again, that starts at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. The ceremony, though, is going to be smaller than that of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, and it will also be a bit shorter. 2,000 guests expected compared to about 8,000 for the Queen's coronation in 1953. The ceremony is going to run for about 2 hours rather than 3 hours. And while the cost of the ceremony is not fully known just yet, the Queen's coronation cost the equivalent of about $26 million. I did the math in today's cash. We know the crown has been resized and troops are ready for the largest military procession in a total of 70 years. The new king and queen presumably will end the day on the balcony of Buckingham Palace waving to the cheering crowds. What does all this mean? I spoke with a history professor at the University of Central Florida to get some perspective on the coronation. All eyes across the world will be watching as King Charles is crowned in just a matter of hours here. I do want to talk more about the historical significance of all of this. Let's bring in Dr. Peter Larson, the chair of the history department at the University of Central Florida. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
So first off, this is kind of a loaded question, but tell me about the historical significance here of all of this.
So King Charles became king immediately when Elizabeth died, but the coronation, this is the formal investiture of the monarch. This is a grand ceremony. It's full of elements to remind everyone of the long history of the English monarchy. It's also a chance for the King Charles to put his own stamp on the tradition to place himself in that long line of history. It's been 70 years since Queen Elizabeth II was crowned as ruler of Great Britain. A lot has changed since then. So Charles's coronation will reflect both the continuity of the monarchy, but also the changes in Britain, the modern Britain, what is here now and today.
What can we expect to see during this coronation? It's going to be, I guess, a little bit different than what we saw 70 years ago.
Yes, it's not going to be as lavish for Elizabeth II. But it is going to be very full of pomp, full of historic objects, historic elements. It's going to take 1 to 2 hours, a little bit shorter than Elizabeth's was. It's going to be a religious service, a deeply religious service, primarily Anglican, Church of England, readings from the Bible, prayers. But there will also be other Christian elements in there. There'll be a gospel choir performing because King Charles is really fond of gospel music. What we'll see, so there'll be, as I said, there'll be readings and prayers. King Charles will be anointed with holy oil. He will be crowned as a king of Great Britain. He'll receive the symbols of the monarchy, a ring, scepter, an orb. He'll take his oath. He'll accept homage from the Archbishop of Canterbury and from his son, Prince William, Prince of Wales. And then Camilla will be crowned queen right after him.
And I believe that they have kind of okayed her being called queen. I know that in history she would have been the queen consort. Do you know a lot about how that has played out?
Yeah, so traditionally, the wife of the king was known as the queen consort to differentiate her from, say, the mother of the king, who had been the queen mother. Because of the scandal with Charles and Diana and Camilla's role in that, there had been a lot of concern decades ago that she might only be princess consort or princess or some other limited title. But in recent years, she has been rehabilitated, become more popular with the public, and Queen Elizabeth had given her stamp of approval for Camilla to be crowned as queen alongside King Charles.
And a lot of people don't like to talk about this, but due to the historical nature of the royal family and some of the controversy surrounding them, it sounds like there could potentially be some protesters there outside as all of this is going on and as the procession moves on through.
There might be some protesters, but the Metropolitan Police will have London fairly well locked down and will try to keep them away from the main routes. So I'd expect to see them maybe at entrances to an underground station or some other areas away from the main routes. There might be a sign or two in the crowds, but there'll really be a small drop in the ocean of pro-Charles sentiment out there. We'll probably see more on social media. But as I mentioned, Camilla has been rehabilitated. Charles is not as popular as his mother was, but he's more popular than he had been. So I expect the protests will be relatively muted.
It almost seemed like he became more popular, I guess, when his mother did pass away. I know folks had kind of looked at him and said, he's never worked for this role, anything like that. But it almost does seem like he did become more popular once he became, quote unquote, King Charles III versus when he was simply Prince Charles.
That is true. I mean, there will always be critics, but Prince Charles is very detail-oriented. He has a very modern outlook. One of his themes for the coronation is that it should be as eco-friendly and sustainable as possible. So, he is looking for ways to modernize the monarchy, to reduce costs as much as possible. And I think that has resonated with some people, that the English people, the British people, do not want the monarchy to go away in general, but they would like to see it come into the 21st century, and Charles is doing that quite well.
And Charles is going to be crowned with the St. Edward's crown from back in the 17th century, I believe. What is the historical importance of that crown specifically? It also sounds like maybe it's been refitted for him.
Yes, so this crown, the original crown of St. Edward, King Edward the Confessor, has long been associated with the monarchy. Edward ruled from 1042 to 1066. He was the last king of the dynasty that united England in the 900s. So just using the crown itself, even though it's a replica from the 17th century, this links the monarchy back almost 1,100 years. The original was lost during the English Civil War, and a replica was recreated for the coronation of King Charles II when the monarchy was restored after the rule of Oliver Cromwell. So, it is a replica, but it's a replica made of, pure gold and precious stones, more than nearly 400 years old. And yes, it has been resized for him. It weighs nearly 5 pounds. So it's a very, very heavy crown. And Elizabeth II was said to have remarked upon that after her coronation. So attempted to fit it better for him. But it'll still be interesting to see him wear, and he'll certainly be happy to trade that for the imperial state crown later in the ceremony, which is about half the weight.
How is this ceremony on Saturday going to differ from the one for his mother when you're talking about the length of it, the cost, just how extravagant it is? It sounds like it's still going to be a pretty big deal, of course. A lot of people are going to watch it, but it is going to be slightly different than 70 years ago.
Yes, some of that is because, well, when Elizabeth took the throne, she was young. She was only 27 when she was crowned first queen since Victoria. So in a lot of ways, it was a fairy tale style of coronation. Not long after World War II, the post-colonial future of Britain was in doubt. It was also the first one televised. So it was nearly 3 hours, a lot of spectacle, very lavish. King Charles, he's 74. He has grandchildren. He's been in this public spotlight for decades. Now we have streaming and social media. Britain's in a very different place. So the coronation, it's going to be splendid. You're still going to see the robes of state, the crown jewels, who's who of Britain and the world. But it'll be a quarter of the number of guests at the ceremony. It'll be shorter. Charles has asked for daytime wear, so don't expect to see tiaras or really fancy jewelry among the guests. So this is not like a wedding. Charles really wants it to be a modern ceremony, so it'll be regal, but it won't be over the top. Focus will be on the symbols of the monarchy, the status of the monarchy. That said, the festivities around this will be lavish. There'll still be a flyover from the British military. There'll be a massive concert at Windsor Castle on Saturday with Katy Perry, Lionel Richie, Sir Breen Terfel, many more, international A-list parties. So it will cost more, but then security costs more than back in Elizabeth's day. It'll be spectacular, but it'll be a more restrained spectacle, I think.
My last question for you here, why do so many people across that area and really across the world, including here in the U.S., care about this? Why are they paying such close attention, and why are they going to watch this coronation as it does unfold? What is it about the royal family and King Charles III that has people paying such close attention?
Part of it is the coronation just doesn't happen all that often. I don't think we'll have to wait 70 years for the next one, but for a lot of people, this is historic. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Plus, when people travel to London, whether they're British, whether they're foreign, you go to see the Tower of London, the Crown Jewels, all Westminster Abbey, and all this is going to be on display, not just as history and an exhibit, but living history being made right in front of you. I mean, this is part of what people love about history: the pomp, the circumstance, the spectacle. It's also, if you want to look at it this way, another installment of this royal soap opera, starting with the marriage of Charles and Diana. People want to see a spectacle, but what's going to happen next? For example, Prince Harry will be there, but not Meghan. So people wonder, what does this mean, especially after Harry's recent autobiography? People will be looking at Princess Catherine, Prince William's wife, wondering, what is she going to wear? What is she going to do? How's the relationship with Camilla? Will she be more in the spotlight now that her husband is next in line to the throne? So there was a lot of historical interest, both for what's happening, both for the uniqueness of the moment, but also for what's going on within the royal family, the dynamics within the family itself they're very captivating.
All right, Dr. Larson, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us and talk about the coronation. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Just that if you are a fan of history or a fan of the British monarchy, the ceremony is going to be full of different elements. William the Conqueror in 1066, the first monarch to be crowned in Westminster Abbey. You'll see the Stone of Scone from Scotland, which was used to crown the Scottish monarchs. It will be in the chair. King Charles will take an oath declaring to be a Protestant, something that was added after the tumultuous years of the 17th century. So it's just the history of the British monarchy was going to be enshrined within about 3 hours tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time here to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
A big thank you, and don't forget, we will have live coverage beginning at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. You can watch all of that as it does play out. We're talking about a 2-hour ceremony and a lengthy procession. Do want to get to some of the other big stories here that we are following. Let's go to Arizona for a story about a woman murdered in broad daylight on a popular hiking trail in the Phoenix area. Police revealing new details about what happened to 29-year-old Lauren Heike one day after they took her suspected killer into custody. For more, we are joined now by Fox 10 investigative reporter Justin Lum. And Justin, what new information did we learn from police today?
Well, Josh, Zion Teasley is accused of first-degree murder, and he just got out of prison last November. Court documents say he would not admit to killing Lauren Heike. A motive right now still unclear, and the murder weapon has not been recovered. And just yesterday, Teasley had a flight booked for Detroit.
This way, the Phoenix Police Department is built to chase these guys. My team is focused and dedicated, and we find them.
The autopsy of 29-year-old Lauren Heike reveals she was stabbed 15 times. She had self-defense wounds on her arms and hands. Phoenix police discovered her body on a hiking trail near Scottsdale Road and Mayo Boulevard last Saturday morning. Investigators say evidence indicated she was chased through a barbed wire fence.
I do believe at this time that the attack was random. However, we have not concluded our investigation into that.
Police say surveillance video of the suspect is 22-year-old Zion Teasley. He lived about 1.5 miles away from where the murder happened. Detectives scoured through several hours of footage from last Friday. They say Heike walked from east to west on the trail and then out of the camera's view. At some point, Teasley is seen running after her, then away before returning to the spot her body was later found. Investigators pinged Teasley's cell phone to the area the same morning. Police say DNA from Heike's shoe matched Teasley, a convicted felon who served time in prison from July 2021 to November 2022, pleading guilty to armed robbery with a deadly weapon and disorderly conduct. He spent a little more than a year in jail of his 3-year sentence. Police say Teasley was recently fired for being aggressive towards female co-workers, stealing, and management said he routinely carried a pocket knife. After his arrest, police say Teasley spoke to detectives about growing up as a Christian, struggling with his sexuality, and his concern about the salvation of his soul. According to court documents, he said, "There's no freaking way I'm here for a sex crime. I haven't been with anyone for a long time." Teasley recognized Heike from the news, telling police he wanted to look like her, but could not recall meeting her. When asked if he planned the murder, Teasley said, quote, "I'm definitely not the person who plans to kill another person. If I was going to do something like that, it wouldn't be premeditated." And we have confirmed Teasley's mother works for the Maricopa County Adult Probation Department. I asked police if she assisted in any way, but they say she refused to speak to authorities. Currently, Teasley is held on a $1 million cash bond. Josh?
And Justin, so we know that a grainy surveillance image was actually released of that suspect. Did investigators say if that helped lead to his arrest and him being charged and taken into custody?
A good question, Josh. Police actually thanked the public, the community, and the media for sharing that image, for sharing that video so much throughout this week. And that video was actually confirmed to identify Teasley in this case by not just his probation officer, but by his former employer as well. So definitely a big help. You couple that with the DNA evidence, and this was crucial evidence here with that surveillance video.
So do police believe that the two, the victim and suspect, actually knew each other, or does it appear that this was entirely random?
Well, right now, police believe that this was a random attack. I asked if there's any indication that they knew each other, the victim and suspect. The suspect did work in the area about 1.5 miles away as well. He worked at a store, but no indication that he had ever seen her. And also that shoe in which the DNA was found on and matched to Teasley, that shoe was not bought from the store, and that was confirmed by police. So from right now, what we know is that this was a random attack.
And of course, we brought you the news conference live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We could hear you asking questions there, Justin. Anything that you still hope, any questions you have that police could answer in the near future?
Well, one big question for a lot of people was if there was any indication of a sexual assault in this case. Right now, police say there is no signs of a sexual assault, but more forensic DNA, more forensic evidence is actually being tested right now and being analyzed. I did ask if it was any DNA that was found on any parts of Lauren's body or her belongings, but right now it's just that shoe that they were able to find a match to the suspect, Zion Teasley. So we will hope to find out more information on what else is tested and keep you updated.
All right, Justin Lum there with Fox 10 Phoenix. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and provide that update.
Thanks, Josh.
It is now 8:15 over on the East Coast and 5:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you can see, a lot going on, so let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. I leave you with this beautiful live image of New York City, hustling and bustling out there. You can see so many people hitting the streets on this Friday night. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:18 over on the East Coast, and it is 5:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A big one that we have been following since news broke a bit earlier on today, as the World Health Organization says the COVID emergency is over. So the big question here, what does that actually mean? I do want to bring in a friend of the show here, Dr. William Schaffner, an infectious disease expert over at Vanderbilt University, to help break this all down for us. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Good to be with you, Josh.
So first off, the big question, was something like this expected? Is this a surprise to anyone?
Well, it was anticipated, Josh. You know, we set up emergencies and deal with them when we have a pandemic. And as the pandemic, fortunately, recedes, then we can back off the emergency declaration and try to get the world back to a semblance of normal. But let's be very, very careful about this. Yes, we're past the pandemic, but we're now into what we call the endemic. That means the virus hasn't gone away. It's still out there smoldering along. Here in the United States alone, it's still responsible for, get this, 200 to 300 deaths daily. So obviously it hasn't disappeared. So we're going to have to learn how to cope with this virus going forward.
And you touched on this here, but what does the end of the emergency really mean for Americans? Does anything actually change here?
Well, as we here in the United States do something very similar, and that's going to happen on May 11th, we'll see a lot of changes. For example, those tests no longer will be free. We'll have to purchase them, and maybe our medical insurance, if we have it, will reimburse us. The vaccines, well, they're likely not to be free for very much longer either, and we'll see whether Medicare pays for them and whether private insurance will pay for them. And there'll be some people with deductibles and co-pays. We'll have to figure all that out. Our public health departments will have their funding reduced because we're coming to the end of a pandemic. So some services, some clinics here and there will be closing. This has already happened. So yes, we'll see some changes as we go forward, but every one of us who talks about this will remind the public that the virus isn't gone. We still have to keep our guard up going into the future.
I guess the question becomes, how long is COVID going to be around? Is this something, as some experts have said, that will be around forever?
Doggone it, Josh. I wish you told me about that. I would have my crystal ball here with me. To put facetiousness aside, it looks as though this virus is now embedded along with influenza, RSV, and other viruses. And at least in the near-term future, the next several years, it looks like it's going to be with us. So once again, we're going to have to learn to cope with it. What do I mean by coping? Well, let me give you an example. We're most of us disappointed that the new bivalent booster vaccine has been accepted by less than 20% of the population out there. You know, our protection against this virus wanes, whether because of vaccination or having actually recovered from the illness. So we're going to have to keep vaccinating ourselves in order to keep our protection up, to keep us out of the hospital.
So I guess, will cases of COVID and deaths actually still be tabulated and counted and kept on record, or is that kind of behind us now?
Not entirely. Think about influenza. We don't count each and every case of influenza, but we do focus on the most serious illness. Those folks who have been hospitalized, are in intensive care units, and those who have died. And that's the system we're transitioning to with COVID. We're focusing on the most serious illness. And that, if you're in the plains and looking at the mountains, that will give us a sense of the size of the problem and where it is. And of course, that's the most serious part of the problem. We'll still have a good handle on that.
What advice do you have for people who hear this and think, oh, COVID's gone, there's no concern anymore? Because you hear something like the World Health Organization saying the COVID emergency is over, and in a lot of minds that means it's gone. But what advice do you have for folks who think that?
Well, they've heard the headline. They haven't read into the text, because the WHO director was very admonishing. He said we have to keep our guard up. The World Health Organization is going to continue to do surveillance around the world 24/7, 366, looking for variants. This virus can mutate. It hasn't mutated into a really bad strain in quite a few months now. That's a good thing, but we have to stay on the alert that a new bad variant won't show up, because then it's go and start all over, develop new vaccines, and put our masks back on. So we in public health are staying alert. The public, I would hope that they would listen, first of all, very carefully to the vaccination recommendations. And then one other thing, Josh, those people who are at greatest risk of serious disease, people who have gray hair, older persons, people with underlying illnesses, people who are immune compromised, don't hesitate to keep wearing your mask when you go into public indoor places, because you're at greatest risk. Should you get infected, we want to keep you from developing serious disease. So we'll all be working on this together going into the future.
All right, Dr. Schaffner, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us as always. Is there anything you want to add before we let you go?
Only to reiterate what I've just said. We're in this together. The virus hasn't disappeared. Please keep listening to public health recommendations and then complying. And if you have any doubts, always talk to your own doctor and you'll get good advice.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to help break that down for us.
My pleasure.
All right, everybody, want to take you out live to London, England. I love this shot, but when it's dark out, it's really hard to see anything. This is going to look a lot different coming up in the next several hours as we do see the events get underway for the King's coronation. It feels like this is just coming up on us, but it's been several months since his mother did pass away. I do want to take you to this graphic right here because I want to remind you that coming up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, bright and early tomorrow, we will have our team here live on the air with everything you need to know as that coronation does get underway and King Charles III ascends the throne there. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:28 over on the East Coast and 5:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. You are taking a live look here at beautiful New York City, and that is where our next story takes us. Video of former President Donald Trump's deposition in his civil rape trial released by the court this afternoon. In the video, which was recorded last October, Trump denies the allegations of his accuser, the writer E. Jean Carroll, referring to her as a, quote, nut job and mentally sick. At another point in the video, Trump mistakes Carroll for his ex-wife in a photo. He also claims that Carroll is, quote, not my type. During the deposition, footage of Trump's infamous leaked Access Hollywood tape was shown here. On Thursday, Trump did hint that he might show up soon at the trial itself. Now, the judge in the case, U.S. District Judge Lewis Kaplan, has said that he would give Trump until 5 p.m. Eastern Time Sunday to provide his final answer about testifying in his own defense in response to Carroll's allegations that he sexually assaulted her at a posh Manhattan department store in spring of 1996. Morgan Mackay with our Fox 5 New York team has a closer look at that video released this afternoon.
I know nothing about this nut job.
Former President Donald Trump sat for this deposition in October of last year and continued to insist that he has never met writer and columnist E. Jean Carroll. Carroll is suing Trump for allegedly raping her in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room in 1996 and for damaging her reputation by lying about it.
She's a liar and she's a sick person, in my opinion, really sick. Something wrong with her.
In the deposition, Trump is shown this picture of Trump with his wife Ivana, Carroll, and Carroll's then husband, John Johnson, meeting in the late 1980s.
That's Marla, yeah. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carroll.
Oh, is that,
the person you just pointed to was E. Jean Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
Point, your wife. And the woman on the right is your then wife?
Trump in the past has said he would never rape Carroll because she is not his type. Carroll's lawyer asked if this means Trump thought she was unattractive.
I saw a photo of her.
Okay.
And the only difference between me and other people is I'm honest. She's not my type. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted.
Trump continued to insist he has never raped Carroll and explained why he was so angry, but at times turned his attacks toward Carroll's lawyer.
She's accusing me of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge. And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace.
Trump also falsely claimed that Carroll referred to the alleged rape as sexy in an Anderson Cooper CNN interview.
She actually indicated that she loved it. Okay, she loved it.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
Towards the end of the deposition, Trump defended his comments.
When people accuse me of something, I think I have a right to be insulting because they're insulting me.
That right there was Morgan Mackay with our Fox 5 New York team. I do want to stay on another big story we've been following out of New York City as well, the choking death of Jordan Neely at the hands of a 24-year-old Marine veteran on the New York City subway, making national headlines as there are growing calls for charges to be filed in the man's death. Ashley Rodriguez with our Fox 5 New York team has more for us.
The killing of Neely Monday on the F train in Lower Manhattan has sparked outrage and sharp debate. Namely, how are New Yorkers and city leaders supposed to deal with the mentally ill? But people who knew Neely said he wasn't always struggling. Family members telling media outlets that he got worse after the brutal murder of his mother in 2007 when he was just 14 years old. Melissa Voda, who was friends with Neely while they attended Washington Irving High School, writing, "He was a good kid. He just had a rough life." She tells me his Michael Jackson impersonations attracted an online following as far as Japan, But this past Monday, subway passengers claim Neely was aggressive, yelling and shouting, until a rider, reportedly a 24-year-old Marine vet, held him in a headlock for at least 3 minutes, while another man held Neely's arms.
We're certainly not going to let this become a city of gentrifiers who stand by while a black man is being murdered.
Protests continued Friday in front of District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office and another at the subway station, with activists angry, saying Neely didn't attack anyone but was killed by a man who still has not been charged. Neely's family attorney speaking on TMZ.
Now, what is the chokehold used for? What is the end result? Military training. What is the end result of a chokehold? Yeah. It's to cut off the air supply. This is not a reasonable response to anything that took place before that.
The DA is investigating the homicide, reviewing the video and interviewing witnesses. The mayor saying there were many layers to the incident. While New Yorkers wait, they debate his death. Was it justified, or are the mentally ill ignored, villainized, and now victimized?
That was our Fox 5 New York team with that story here. Let's head over to Maryland right now, Annapolis, Maryland, where 3 people are dead after a shooting that started in a Holiday Inn parking lot. That is according to police, and those are aerials provided by our Fox 5 DC team via Sky Fox. The sheriff's office there tweeting on Friday around 2:40 p.m. that there was a shooting with multiple victims in the 2000 block of Somerville Road in Annapolis. Police later confirmed the suspect shot a man and a woman in the parking lot, then shot himself. The suspect and the female victim died there at the scene, and the male victim tried to get help but died later at the hospital. Again, a lot of information still left to figure out. Police did hold a very brief news conference, just about 2 minutes long, where they gave the basics that we've known so far.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Jacqueline Davis, JACKLYNDAVIS, spokesperson for the Anne Arundel County Police Department, and with me is our Chief of Police, Amal Awad, AMALAWAD. So a little bit after 2 o'clock this afternoon, we were called to the hotel right behind me for a shooting. When our officers got there, they were advised that a male suspect shot a male and a female, then himself, in that parking lot. The female victim and the male suspect were pronounced deceased in that parking lot. Our male victim was able to drive himself to the store right behind us, where they called 911 and called for help. Unfortunately, that victim has also been pronounced deceased at an area hospital. As you can see, this is a very active scene. What this was not, it was not an active shooting. It was a targeted incident. There is no threat to the public, as our suspect is deceased at this time. There's going to be a lot of questions as far as relationships and all of that we don't have the answers to yet. Homicide is still investigating. And next of kin has not been notified. So please keep that in mind when you're telling the news tonight, that somebody's getting very, very bad news and they don't even know it's coming yet. And with that, I'll turn it over to our chief.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amal Awad. I'm the Chief of Police for Anne Arundel County. Today, we've senselessly lost 3 individuals to gun violence in our county. We're better than this. If you see the signs, and I'm appealing to our community members, if you see the signs that your loved one is in distress, despondent, or has indicated their intent to harm someone, please, we implore you to call us. We have very robust crisis response system teams, to include our mobile crisis teams and our crisis intervention teams. They're highly trained professionals, clinicians, and police officers available to assist our community all hours of the day and night, every day, each day of the year. Our warm line number, for those who don't have it, we encourage you to please use it, 410-768-5522. Our hearts are with the families. Obviously, you know, they're going to be processing all of this grief and trauma.
And that was a very brief news conference there that was held by police over in Annapolis, Maryland. Again, 3 people dead, including that suspected gunman. All of this unfolding inside the parking lot of a hotel there in Annapolis, Maryland. As we get updates from our Fox 5 DC team and police there in Annapolis, we'll pass it along to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have cameras, as I always mention, that are across the country and across the world. You are taking a live look here at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, where if you were watching just seconds ago, you got to watch a beautiful plane take off right there. Taking a live look here at beautiful New York City, where it is a Friday night, so no surprise here at 8:40 p.m. Eastern Time, things getting a little crazy there in Times Square. Also want to take a live look here at the Capitol building there over in D.C., lit up right now as it is fairly dark there in D.C. Want to get into some political news right now as the stalemate over raising the debt limit puts our economy on the brink of disaster. If Congress doesn't raise it, the Treasury Department warns the nation could default on its credit by the 1st of June. We're talking less than a month here. Congress only has 8 working days left this month. The two parties blaming each other, but our Fox 13 Tampa team's Craig Patrick calls out both sides in this round of money, power, and politics.
Raising the debt ceiling or the debt limit means paying the bills for stuff that Congress has already bought. And this impasse over raising the debt limit is filled with hypocrisy from both sides. First, here's the Republican House Speaker.
The only way you solve problems is you negotiate.
And here's the rebuttal from the last Republican president.
I can't imagine anybody ever even thinking of using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge.
The president can no longer ignore by not negotiating.
And now here's President Biden.
Happy to meet with McCarthy, but not on whether or not the debt limit gets extended. That's not negotiable.
But when he was a senator, Biden opposed raising the debt limit in 2003, and then in 2004 he missed the vote, but said he would have cast a symbolic vote against it. He opposed it in 2005 and 2006 and said because the massive accumulation of debt was unnecessary, he voted against increasing the debt limit again. So whichever party runs the White House will say you cannot tie paying our bills for prior spending to negotiations on future spending.
And raising the debt limit is usually a bipartisan undertaking, and it should be.
That's a very, very sacred thing in our country, debt ceiling. We can never play with it.
But both sides have played games with it for decades, going back to President Reagan.
Congress consistently brings the government to the edge of default
before facing its responsibility.
So what's happening now is a tired old game which both parties have played from both sides. And this time it's the Democrats who say Republicans better raise that debt ceiling or else, while Republicans say Democrats better cut spending or else. And each side is betting the other side will chicken out and swerve out of the way just in time to avoid a crash. They're playing a game of chicken. And they're so brazen about it, they literally call it a game of chicken.
If they want to play a game of chicken, we'll play a game of chicken.
And if neither side swerves, they'll crash our economy by wounding our nation's credit rating and driving up interest rates even more and driving up our debt even more and likely driving mass layoffs. President Reagan, take it from there.
This brinkmanship threatens the holders of government bonds and those who rely on Social Security and veteran benefits.
The Treasury could still pay some benefits with incoming revenue, but would have to pick and choose who to pay and who to cut off. Now, Republicans are right to raise alarms about deficit spending, despite what Biden has said about reducing the deficit.
The deficit fell by $1.4 trillion, the largest one-year drop in American history, $1.4 trillion decline in the deficit.
For context, when President Biden said he's cut the deficit more than ever, he's comparing this to this, which is the binge to address the pandemic. If you take out that pandemic spending surge, or if it never happened, it would look as if the deficit is still soaring and the long-term trend is certainly still going in the wrong direction.
On my watch, things have been different. The deficit's come down both years that I've been in office. And I just signed legislation that's going to reduce it even more in the decades to come.
And while the deficit is going down compared to the anomaly of the pandemic spending, our national debt is still going up. And here's why. A deficit is how much more our government spends than it takes in each year. And even though it is smaller than it was compared to an anomaly, it's still huge. And combined with prior years of deficits, we now owe as a nation more than $31 trillion, and both parties have had a hand in this. For example, just under President Obama's 8 years in office, the national debt increased $8.6 trillion.
He doubled the debt. You take every president prior to President Obama, he then took it and doubled the debt.
And then under President Trump, the debt grew nearly double the rate of Obama, $7.8 trillion in 4 years. And after 2+ years under President Biden, the debt has grown more than $3 trillion more. Now, for context, economists say we can weigh the severity of our debt crisis by comparing our debt to our gross domestic product, or GDP. That's the total value of all the stuff that we make and do, and our national debt has surpassed it, meaning that our national debt exceeds the value of our entire economy. And now we're on a spiral on top of a spiral because the cost of borrowing and future borrowing has gone up significantly due to all the Fed's interest rate hikes. So if we don't get this under control, the CBO warns we'll face even higher interest rates and more waves of inflation. Then we could face significant spikes in taxes and job losses.
American debt is a ticking time bomb that will detonate unless we take serious, responsible action.
So yes, House Republicans are wise to sound alarms on this, but maybe reckless in refusing to raise the debt limit if they don't get the spending cuts they want.
And I've been through a few of these debt ceiling dramas.
So he'll use his experience to lead the Senate to finding a solution?
There is no solution in the Senate.
Got it. Which means he's now leaving it to the Republican majority in the House, which lost its first week, by the way, trying to figure out who to elect as Speaker. And based on the Treasury Department's projections, Congress has until the end of this month to figure this out before we all get burned by their game of money, power, and politics.
Well, that doesn't sound fun. That was Fox 13 Tampa's Craig Patrick. He is great at breaking down these political and economic stories for you at home. And we love to bring you his stories right here on Live Now from Fox. 8:47 on the East Coast and 5:47 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all your top stories and live events going on across the country and the world. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, right back into those headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said that authorities face, quote, extremely challenging circumstances along the border with Mexico there days before pandemic-related asylum restrictions come to an end. A surge of Venezuelan migrants through South Texas, specifically in and around Brownsville, has occurred over the last 2 weeks for reasons that Mayorkas said were unclear. Thursday, 4,000 of about 6,000 migrants in Border Patrol custody in Texas' Rio Grande Valley were Venezuelan. Mayorkas noted that Mexico did agree this week to continue taking back Venezuelans who entered the U.S. illegally after asylum restrictions end Thursday, along with Cubans and Haitians. Mark Meredith there with Fox News does have a breakdown of what all of this means.
The border is not open. It has not been open, and it will not be open subsequent to May 11th.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas got an up-close look at the U.S. southern border just as the Biden administration prepares for next week's end of Title 42, the pandemic-era policy which limited the number of migrants seeking asylum. Already, several Texas border cities have declared states of emergency over concerns thousands of migrants will flood ports of entry within days. The White House is sending 1,500 troops to the border to help federal agents amid the migrant surge.
They're simply going for to flesh out what is already an existing mission by DOD on the border.
Republicans say the Biden administration's own policies created chaos on the border.
I think it's ridiculous theater. It will not change the outcome. They're not going to be there as soldiers turning people around.
Some Democrats are questioning the president's move to send in troops, claiming there needs to be a more comprehensive approach.
We need to have a better plan overall on how to deal with not just problems at the border, but our immigration policy across the board.
Lawmakers are scrambling for solutions. A bipartisan bill has been introduced in the Senate, which would essentially allow the government to temporarily expel migrants, similar to Title 42 policies.
The administration has known for 2 years that the end of Title 42 is coming. It was never intended to be a long-term solution.
Customs and Border Patrol officials say when Title 42 ends, there could be as many as 10,000 migrants trying to cross the southern border each day. It's a number that's nearly double what we saw back in March. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Mark, thank you. And of course, we do know Title 42 does come to an end on May 11th. Now, we also heard a bit earlier today from Alejandro Mayorkas, as you did see in that story by Mark Meredith. I do want to play some of his comments here as he spoke live, raw, and unfiltered there in Brownsville, Texas.
And I'd love to introduce to you now our leadership that is here visiting us here in RGV. Mr. Secretary from Homeland Security. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chief Chavez. The situation at the border is a very serious one, a very challenging one, and a very difficult one. Every single day and every single night, day in and day out, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the United States Border Patrol agents are keeping our border secure. They are an extraordinary workforce, and I am, and this country is, incredibly grateful for them. The situation is indeed very difficult. I was in McAllen yesterday, and I'm in Brownsville today. And what the purpose of my trip is to review our operations and to see our planning for the end of Title 42 in action. I met with Border Patrol agents. I have met with our extraordinary Office of Field Operations personnel of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. I met at Port Isabel with our Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel, with local community leaders, law enforcement leaders, with nonprofit organizations as well. As Chief Chavez said, this requires a community response to a challenge to our communities. And that is indeed what we are bringing, a community response. It is no different across the entire region, across the entire Western Hemisphere. This is a regional challenge that requires regional solutions. It is not unique to the southern border of the United States, and I've spoken about this before. before. And therefore, 3 weeks ago, I was in Panama to meet with our Panamanian and Colombian partners, and we agreed to surge enforcement operations to prevent individuals from entering the very dangerous and treacherous Darien at the hands of ruthless smugglers. Earlier this week, the President's Homeland Security Advisor met with the President of Mexico and agreed upon an enforcement surge in the south of Mexico to prevent individuals from being exploited by smugglers, as those vulnerable individuals are misinformed by the smugglers and brought to the southern border only to be returned. A regional challenge requires a regional solution. Let me give you a brief overview of our approach. As we indicated last week, we are building lawful pathways that will provide a safe and orderly way for individuals who qualify for relief under United States law to reach the United States safely. It is not only our security obligation, it is our humanitarian responsibility to cut the smugglers out, and that is indeed what we are doing. We are building pathways. At the same time, we will deliver consequences for individuals who arrive at our southern border irregularly. That is our commitment and our obligation as a way of cutting the smugglers out and taking care of the safety and needs of individuals who qualify for relief. In a post-Title 42 environment, we will be using our expedited removal authorities under Title 8 of the United States Code. That allows us to remove individuals.
And those are just some of the comments made earlier today by Alejandro Mayorkas there, as he says the U.S. border is, quote, not open ahead of Title 42's end. You can also see we do have several other live boxes right there. Down to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at the airport in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. We also have in the top right-hand side of your screen, yes, it's dark there, but that is a live look at London. Don't forget that at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to have live coverage as we do get underway with the coronation for King Charles III. Be sure to join Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich. They will be here to walk you through the entire process and a pretty cool processional. You can watch all of it right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a live event that is just getting underway here. Let's actually take a look here. This is over in Minnesota, and again, this is live on your screen as the family and friends of missing Winona mother Madeline Kingsbury asking the community to join them for a prayer service tonight. The event Shining a Light for Madeline will be held at the band shell near Veterans Memorial Park. This began just moments ago there in Winona. We are told that this is going to go on for just a little bit. As you can see, folks there getting very emotional, and it's been over a month since Madeline Kingsbury went missing. She was last heard from March 31st after returning home from dropping her 2 children off at daycare with their father. She has not had any contact with friends or family ever since. Let's pop up the audio and listen in as that vigil is underway.
Her desire to make the world a better, healthier place all around. After all, she's the one who taught her how to pick out the perfect avocado. Maddie has very big plans for her life, as well as for her kids. She talks all the time about wanting to be a doula or possibly a midwife one day. My husband and I asked her if she would like to be in the delivery room for our next baby, which we're expecting in October. Without hesitation, she immediately started crying, ugly crying, and asked if I was joking, and I said, just be ready to catch or drive fast, because these babies keep coming faster and faster each time. Although we do not know Maddie's whereabouts, we're still grieving the time we are missing with her. Even on the brightest days, it still feels dark and gloomy without her here. I wake up from nightmares and quickly realize they're not as terrifying as the nightmare I'm currently living through. With your continued support, we are still hopeful that we will bring her home. Many of us are holding on to that hope to make it through each day. Many members of the community and people far and wide, as far as Canada, have asked if there is any other way they can help. The family has not asked for this, but we felt it was necessary. Maddie's friends and sorority sisters are hosting a silent auction benefit on June 10th at the Waitoka Tavern at 11 a.m. We're asking businesses and individuals from the community and surrounding communities to consider donating items or experiences to be auctioned off. This will be a family-friendly event. Everyone is welcome. This event will be held whether Madeline is found or not by then. Any funds raised will be used for the children, therapy, and expenses that continue to pile up. We will not give up until she is home, and we will remain active and loud.
My name is Haley Scott, and Madeline Jane Kingsbury is one of my very best friends, and by far the most amazing human I've ever had the pleasure of befriending. Our friendship began nearly 9 years ago with me walking into the room and asking if she wanted to come over and take a nap, and the rest is history. I can confidently stand here today and tell you that I've made it through some of the most difficult seasons of my life because of her, and I know many of you feel the same way. She is the yin to my yang. Those of you who know me know this well. She is my polar opposite. I believe this to be the reason that she is my person. We all know the saying of give the shirt off my back, but it's never resonated as much as it does with Maddie. She would be the first person to offer a helping hand and never expect anything in return. Her loyalty is absolutely unmatched. From her friends to her family, she is one of the purest souls that many of us have ever encountered. She loves fiercely, regardless of the love she got in return. It is one of her biggest strengths and weaknesses in the same breath. She is one of the greatest mothers I have ever seen. Maddie's children are her entire world. She stepped into the role of motherhood with such grace. I absolutely envy that about her. She made it look so easy. She is built for it. Madeline sees the light in the darkest of times because she is the light. I will tell you in words that she will appreciate. The ones that love us never really leave us. You can always find them, and we will find you. I cannot begin to tell you how much I miss her and her laugh. I wake up every single morning wishing that this were all one big nightmare that I finally get to wake up from. We as the group, Finding Madeline Kingsbury, are a group of Madeline's loved ones whose only goal is to bring Madeline home. We are teachers, bartenders, social workers, therapists, and many other professions, but we are certainly not professionals at this. Nor do I think anyone would want to be. We just love and miss our very quirky friend and know that she would do the exact same thing for any one of us standing up here. We are working daily to bring her home. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all of you who have shown up and who continue to show up to help us just do that, or help us just do just that. We cannot continue to do what we are doing without the endless love and support from this community and from strangers. We also want to thank Minnesota United for joining us and assisting along every step of the way, from mapping to emotional support to everything in between. We cannot thank you enough. We will remain loud, we will not waver, and we will bring Madeline home by any means necessary. To the person or persons responsible for Madeline's disappearance, I ask that you hear our pleas. We want Madeline to come home. We beg you to please come forward. We all miss her more than words can even begin to explain. In the words of J.K. Rowling, there will be a time when we must choose between what is right and what is easy. Thank you.
And now I draw your attention to the screen to see a video.
still calls me Daddy. And ever since we can walk and talk, we've got our own song, and I'm sure this is another one, and this is for Madeline. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when the skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. I miss you, sport. Know that your children are safe and well cared for. And I'm not going to stop looking for you. No way.
That is a vigil there that is underway, live, raw, and unfiltered over in Winona, Minnesota. A vigil being held by friends and family there of Madeline Kingsbury. She has been missing since March 31st. They are gathering there for a prayer service. It's called Shining a Light for Madeline, and it's been over a month since she disappeared. She was last heard from March 31st after returning home from dropping her 2 children off at daycare with their father, and she has not had any contact with friends or family ever since. Again, we do have some photos here that I do want to pull up so you can get a look. Of course, once again, we are going to continue to follow the latest on this investigation, and we'll bring it to you as we do, as we get the details. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and on the other side, we're going to get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We just come back here from a 2-minute commercial break, and it is 9:14 on the East Coast, and it is 6:14 on the West Coast. You are looking live over in Winona, Minnesota. That is where there is a vigil that is now underway for Madeline Kingsbury. We've been covering her disappearance for over a month. She was last seen March 31st. Again, Kingsbury just 26 years old, and at this point an investigation is underway, and we do have friends and family members that are gathered there for a prayer vigil in her honor. Let's pop up the audio just briefly so you can listen in right now as that vigil is underway. So again, this is being held for Madeline Kingsbury there in Winona, Minnesota. That vigil underway. If there are any more speakers here, we'll bring you out there live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following right now, and a big one does involve an event that's going to take place here in just a matter of hours, because in just a few hours, the coronation for King Charles III will get underway. He's going to be crowned Saturday at Westminster Abbey in an elaborate ceremony. The ceremony, though, will be smaller than that of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, and it will also be quite a bit shorter. 2,000 guests are expected compared to 8,000 for the Queen's coronation back in 1953. The ceremony running about 2 hours rather than 3 hours. While the cost of the ceremony not fully known just yet, the Queen's coronation cost the equivalent of about $26 million. I did the math there in today's cash. Lauren Blanchard with Fox News has the latest from London.
King Charles III greeting crowds of supporters along the road leading to Buckingham Palace. On Saturday, he'll travel that same route to Westminster Abbey for his coronation. People from around the world have gathered to catch a glimpse of Britain's new monarch.
The last coronation was 70 years ago. Most of us were not born. So today, as we are seeing this, we are happy.
Earlier Friday, the king, along with members of the royal family, attended a lunch with leaders from across the Commonwealth. First Lady Jill Biden also arrived in London for Saturday's ceremony. She's one of 2,000 guests who will watch His Majesty receive St. Edward's crown and take an oath.
This is really just the opportunity for the UK to show off and show the world, how glamorous and how beautiful their traditions are.
But the day won't be without controversy. Anti-monarchy groups plan to hold protests near the coronation route, while others are criticizing the event's price tag, which could cost as much as $125 million. Still, the event will be scaled back from the crowning of Queen Elizabeth II, which happened 70 years ago.
We anticipate a shorter ceremony, which could result in less robe changes. The Parliament robe, that is expected to be in your creation with a nod to sustainability and the environment.
On Sunday, the celebrations continue with a concert and parties across the UK. In London, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. And don't forget the coronation there of King Charles III. We will have that live, raw, and unfiltered coverage beginning bright and early or dark and early, depending on who you ask, at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich will be here to bring you all the activities. Again, the ceremony going to go on for about 2 hours versus 3 hours for Queen Elizabeth's, and it'll be a little bit downscaled, but still a very elaborate event. It is now 9:19 on the East Coast and 6:19 on the West Coast. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we are going to get right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:21 on the East Coast and 6:21 on the West Coast. 3 fired police officers who pleaded guilty to misdemeanor charges in the death of an 8-year-old girl killed when they opened fire outside a high school football game near Philadelphia were sentenced earlier on today. Former Sharon Hill officers Brian Devaney, Devin Smith, and Sean Dolan seemed there, pled guilty to 10 counts each of reckless endangerment in the August 27, 2021 shooting that killed Fanta Bility. Now, according to our Fox 29 team, the officers were sentenced to 11 months of house arrest and 5 years of probation. Prosecutors contended the officers negligently fired 25 shots at a car that they mistakenly thought was involved in gunfire that broke out as spectators left the football game in 2021. Devaney was not wearing a body camera, and the other 2 officers did not turn their cameras on. That is according to investigators. I do want to bring in Michael Huff, a former police patrol supervisor and criminal defense attorney, to talk more about this case and the sentencing. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So first off, the big question here, what is it about this case that has so many people paying such close attention to it and the outcome here?
Sure. I think that what we're seeing is really a hue and a cry from the public. There's been just an uprising and an uptick of law enforcement, sometimes falling short of their duties, outright having malicious intent in other cases. And I think we just are now seeing the public really cry out and show an elevated concern about how law enforcement is being meted out.
And so, as we mentioned here, the verdict of 11 months of house arrest and 5 years of probation, is that something that we would have expected in a case of this magnitude?
I think given the fact that your prima facie case really turns on the fact that it was reckless disregard and really amounts to a criminal negligence, if you will. So we don't have a situation where there was malice aforethought or actual intention to cause great bodily injury or death. So I think under the circumstances, while it is absolutely a tragic situation and a tragic loss of life, under the circumstances and given the charges that the prosecutor chose to go forward with, the punishment does seem to fit the crime.
What does a verdict like this, if anything, send as a message to other police departments across the country?
It's a very tough job. In Texas, there's a saying that I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And that seems like maybe a harsh maxim. But at the end of the day, we all want to go home alive. And so when you're out on the street and you are enforcing the law and doing your best to protect and serve, when we sit comfortably in our offices, studios, or homes and evaluate not under the same magnitude of stress and pressure, it's easier for the brain to process and give an analysis that is better thought out than a spur of the moment. Under these circumstances, the officers believed that they were firing upon suspects that had fired weapons not too far away, as I understand it, and they believed that they were meeting lethal threat with lethal response. And therefore, you just have a situation where it's very hard to armchair quarterback what happens when officers are out on the street.
One thing that's interesting about the case overall is that initially you had 2 teens who engaged in gunfire about a block away, prompting the police response. They were charged with the little girl's death. Obviously, those charges didn't stick, but why was that?
In the law, it's required that you not only have an actus reus, meaning that you take an action that causes the result of the crime that you're charged with, but also mens rea, meaning that you had mental culpability. There's what's called a superseding intervening act, and also an anticipation or knowledge of that your conduct would cause the result that occurred. So in the instance where the suspects fired weapons a block away, it's not necessarily understandable or a common thought that a death of an 8-year-old would be the result of their actions. So I think that would have been a very tough prosecution to effect, and those charges would not have been able to prevail.
So is there an appeal process for something like this? And would they actually appeal, considering they're not spending time in jail? We're talking about house arrest.
Sure. Obviously, there is an appellate process. I don't personally handle post-conviction work in my practice, but I can tell you that it would be unwise under the circumstances for these officers to appeal. They are not required to serve any time in custody. And considering that there was a significant loss of life under a very tragic circumstances, I would imagine that they would want to count their blessings and carry out their sentence as it was issued.
Thank you so much, Huff, for taking the time here to come talk to us and help break this down. Obviously, this is a case that, so many people are talking about here. Is there anything else that you do want to add before I let you go here?
I always want to emphasize that it's a careful balance. Obviously now I'm no longer law enforcement, but I am a citizen. And I want to go home alive every day, just like police officers do. And as I say, very tragic for the family, but also tragic for members of law enforcement. I don't believe that it was these officers' intention to take this little girl's life. And so it's just a very grave situation all the way around.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time here to join us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, everybody. Time now is 9:27 over on the East Coast and 6:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot to get to here, so let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, right back into your headlines and live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take a look at just some of the cameras that we do have across the country and across the world. Right there you are taking a live look at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport over there in Dallas. You can see right now, yeah, nighttime's fallen, but the planes are flying around and things are looking pretty good out there. Taking a live look here over in New York City. This is right outside of our Fox 5 New York studios there. The hustling and bustling Big Apple, as you'd expect, of course, on a Friday night like this one. Also have another image here. This is a live look at the Capitol building there in D.C. All quiet right now. We can imagine in a week or so, not so much. And tomorrow morning, this shot of London is going to look a lot different because we do have the King's coronation getting underway We do know that is going to begin our coverage at least at 5 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. You can catch it right here as everything does get underway. The first coronation in about 70 years. I want to get to some of the other big stories that we have been following today. Take a look at your screen. Now, a man has been arrested in connection with the murder of Lauren Heike, a hiker who was found dead on a North Phoenix trail last weekend. Lieutenant James Hester with Phoenix Police said the Phoenix Police Department is built to chase these guys. My team is focused and dedicated, and we find them. Zion William Teasley, 22 years old, is being accused of first-degree murder. Police allege that he stabbed Heike 15 times, but the motive does remain unclear. Justin Lum with our Fox Phoenix team has the latest.
We're built this way. The Phoenix Police Department is built to chase these guys. My team is focused and dedicated, and we find them.
The autopsy of 29-year-old Lauren Heike reveals she was stabbed 15 times. She had self-defense wounds on her arms and hands. Phoenix police discovered her body on a hiking trail near Scottsdale Road and Mayo Boulevard last Saturday morning. Investigators say evidence indicated she was chased through a barbed wire fence.
I do believe at this time that the attack was random. However, we have not concluded our investigation into that.
Police say surveillance video of the suspect is 22-year-old Zion Teasley. He lived about a mile and a half away from where the murder happened. Detectives scoured through several hours of footage from last Friday. They say Heike walked from east to west on the trail and then out of the camera's view. At some point, Teasley is seen running after her, then away before returning to the spot her body was later found. Investigators pinged Teasley's cell phone to the area the same morning. Police say DNA from Heike's shoe matched Teasley, a convicted felon who served time in prison from July 2021 to November 2022, pleading guilty to armed robbery with a deadly weapon and disorderly conduct. He spent a little more than a year in jail of his 3-year sentence. Police say Teasley was recently fired for being aggressive towards female co-workers, stealing, and management said he routinely carried a pocket knife. After his arrest, police say Teasley spoke to detectives about growing up as a Christian, struggling with his sexuality, and his concern about the salvation of his soul. According to court documents, he said, "There's no freaking way I'm here for a sex crime. I haven't been with anyone for a long time." Teasley recognized Heike from the news, telling police he wanted to look like her, but could not recall meeting her. When asked if he planned the murder, Teasley said, quote, "I'm definitely not the person who plans to kill another person. If I was going to do something like that, it wouldn't be premeditated."
And that was Justin Lum with our Fox 10 Phoenix team. Now, earlier on this afternoon, there was a news conference held by Phoenix Police where they gave some more details about this ongoing investigation. I do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
I'm Sergeant Melissa Solis, M-E-L-I-S-S-A, Solis, S-O-L-I-Z, Sergeant with the Phoenix Police Public Affairs Bureau. So many of you know last night we arrested a suspect in connection with the murder of 29-year-old Lauren Heike. With us today is the family of Lauren. While they don't wish to speak today, they would like to express their sincere gratitude to the outpouring of support from the community that they have shown. They would also like to thank the Phoenix Police Department as well as the partners that have helped with this case. Joining me on stage, we have Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego. Behind me, we have Phoenix Police Chief Michael Sullivan, Lieutenant James Hester, and no one's behind me. So speaking first is going to be Mayor Kate Gallego.
Thank you for being here. First, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the Heike family. Your daughter sounds like a wonderful person, and we are so glad she was part of our community. May her memory be a blessing for you. She was taken from us too soon. We cannot imagine how much it hurts, but we hope that the city can be there for you in this difficult time. Lauren was doing something all of us enjoy, taking a hike in the beautiful Phoenix trails in springtime, and her life was cut short by this inexplicable act of violence. It is a complete tragedy, and the city of Phoenix is grieving with the Heike family. I'm grateful to the members of the community who supported and are continuing to support the Heike family, as well as the efforts of the Phoenix Police Department. Today, we are here thanks to professional and swift actions by our police department. After nearly a week of tireless work, our detectives, officers, and crime lab thanks to that work, the Phoenix Police caught and arrested the suspect. Our department did so in a professional manner while keeping the community calm and informed. I appreciate the lengths to which our officers and detectives went to find justice for Lauren's family and her community. I know that Phoenix residents are resting easier after this arrest. I want to thank the Phoenix Police Department for a job well done and their hard work today and every day to keep our community safe. Now I will introduce the Chief of the Phoenix Police Department, Chief Sullivan.
So thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for being here today. I met Lauren Heike's family earlier this week and expressed my condolences and told them that we would do everything we could to bring Lauren's killer to justice. I can't say enough about the efforts that went on over the last several days to bring 22-year-old Zion William Teasley and place him under arrest last night. It was an incredible effort. So many people worked countless hours on this case, and this arrest came about because of just incredible partnerships that we have here at the Phoenix Police Department. As I have to thank everybody that was involved, and the list is long as we talk about this partnership. First, I have to thank everyone in our Violent Crimes Bureau, but Lieutenant Hester, you and your team, incredible work. I also have to thank the crime scene specialists, our digital forensics unit, the forensics imaging unit, our night detectives, our crime analysts, our Air Support Bureau, the Desert Horizon Precinct and Commander Brewer, Silent Witness, Adult Probation, the Tactical Support Bureau, and the Phoenix and DPS Crime Lab. This was truly an all-hands-on-deck effort. I also have to thank Lauren's family for having the courage to come forward and tell Lauren's story. It resulted in numerous tips that we wouldn't have gotten without their help and bravery to come forward during this incredibly difficult, challenging time. Now, this case got a lot of attention, but the work that the men and women do in these cases, this is just an example of what happens on every single case that they pour their heart into. They realize the impact that violent crime has on our community, and they take it very, very seriously. I'm glad that we can highlight what that work looks like today, but it happens on the cases that you don't hear about. I'm very proud to lead this organization and very proud to be part of this community that steps forward, provides tips, and supports law enforcement. While we were able to apprehend the suspect, please continue to keep the Heike family and all of Lauren's friends and family in your thoughts and prayers as they continue to grieve. I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Hester here for further comments. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor. Hello again. My name is James Hester, and I'm the Homicide Lieutenant for the Phoenix Police Department. I do want to echo Chief Sullivan's comments and express my heartfelt gratitude to the family and friends of Lauren Heike for their unbelievable bravery in this time of tragedy. They told Lauren's story and they brought honor to her, and I wanted to thank you for that. I also want to thank our community and our media partners for amplifying Lauren's story. We very often ask our community for help, and as they often do, they delivered. For everyone that provided tips or assistance to my detectives, or for those that just remained vigilant during this time, I want to say thank you. Also, I need to thank the women and men of the Phoenix Crime Lab, the DPS State Crime Lab, the Desert Horizon Precinct, the Forensic Imaging Unit, the Tactical Support Bureau, the Homicide Unit, our police leadership, and many, many others. Though I'm standing up here today, this apprehension results from the many unsung heroes, including my lead detective Earl Sales and his squad mates who worked countless hours behind the scenes with tenacity and passion to bring justice to Lauren. The killer responsible for Lauren's death is in custody. Our community can breathe easier knowing that this suspect will not be able to harm anyone else. But that does little to ease the pain for Lauren's family. This is not a time for celebration. Yesterday, we were able to develop probable cause for the brutal murder of Lauren Heike, and at approximately 6 o'clock in the evening, her killer was taken into custody. A week ago, Lauren Heike went for a hike along the Reach 11 trail in North Phoenix. Without provocation or pre-incident contact, Lauren was brutally attacked with a bladed object and died due to her injuries. I believe Lauren fought off her attacker and was able to flee, but her injuries were just too severe. Lauren's murderer encountered Lauren while she was walking east on Princess Drive. Lauren's murderer was walking east on Princess Drive while she was walking south on Allied Way. He followed Lauren onto the trail, and after a short time, he attacked her. We scoured the scene and the surrounding neighborhood. We collected several items of evidence and several hours of video. As a result, we were able to develop a forensic profile on our suspect, additional images identifying our suspect, cell tower evidence placing him in the immediate area, and other factors. Our suspect was quickly located in an apartment not far from the scene, and during the service of a search warrant, he was taken into custody. The suspect was interviewed and later booked for the murder of Lauren Heike. Our job is not finished, and our teams will be working in the coming days and weeks to gather and analyze additional evidence to support the prosecution. Like the chief, I ask our community to pray for the family of Lauren Heike as they travel the road ahead without Lauren by their side. And I can take any questions you have.
We heard today at the initial appearance the judge say this could be random. Do you believe that this was random, that the suspect saw Lauren and that was it?
Thank you. I do believe at this time that the attack was random. However, we have not concluded our investigation into that.
Was there any other DNA found on Lauren or her belongings besides the shoe that matched to Teasley?
So there's other forensic evidence that is being analyzed. As of right now, I can't comment on whether there was additional forensic hits.
Do you believe there's any sign of a sexual assault in this case?
So that is also still under investigation. However, it is my belief that she was not sexually assaulted.
What's this mean to make this arrest nearly a week later and to really help this family through probably the most excruciating time of their lives?
Well, I mean, professionally and personally, my wish would be that I spend the entirety of my day in my office doing nothing because these sort of things don't happen. Unfortunately, they do. So we're built this way. The Phoenix Police Department is built to chase these guys. My team is focused and dedicated, and we find them.
Was the murder weapon recovered?
No.
Was Teasley known to frequent this hiking area?
He lives in the area, so he's known to the area.
We've been looking into Teasley's past. We know that he had been accused and convicted of robbing Circle K's near where he used to live, but he was put at a medium to low risk level when it came to reoffending. What does that mean to you? I mean, did this come as a surprise because of his ranking?
You know, I'm not going to comment on those matters. Honestly, I won't even say his name because it doesn't matter to me. What matters to us is getting justice for Lauren and her family. So whether the courts treat him fairly or unfairly, it's not for me to say.
Did his criminal background, previous criminal background, play a factor in you being able to find him faster?
I don't believe so.
Can you elaborate any on the DNA that was collected on the scene and how you were able to get that to be a match to Teasley?
So we have excellent partners with our Phoenix Crime Lab. We work hand in hand with them. They're not a service for us, they're a partnership with us. And additionally, they have partnerships with the DPS State Crime Lab. So we have tools available to us that we can utilize. And this was one of those examples where we used our forensic tools to get a DNA profile.
Was he cooperative in his arresting?
I believe I can say that he was.
Why did he mention certain things like, growing up as a Christian and struggling with his sexuality and he
said he recognized Lauren and that he wanted to look like her. I don't know if that was miswritten in the probable cause statement. Just some of these things seem very random in the discussion.
I'm unable to speak to the whys behind what he did.
Had he not had a criminal history, DNA would have been harder to place him there, right? Because you have to be in the system. Is that correct in saying that?
That is correct, but however, DNA wasn't the only factor in developing probable cause. We have several items of evidence and several factors that factored into our probable cause.
Is there any indication that he was suffering from a psychotic break of sorts or struggled with mental illness?
You know, if there is, I'm unwilling to speak about it.
In speaking to his former employer, they said he was fired for being aggressive towards female employees and co-workers. Could that be related to a possible motive, that this aggression towards other women?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to speak to his motive. He did not provide a motive for us, so I don't want to speculate on what he might have been thinking. Yeah, I believe we do, but it's early right now, so until the items that we recovered are analyzed, I can't say definitively.
Can you talk about, I think also the statement, it sounds like she was murdered sometime after her walk. Can you talk about how maybe possibly long she had been out there and when they finally found her and, you know, the ball started rolling?
It was approximately 24 hours later that we've discovered her, or she was discovered.
You mentioned that you believe that she did fight him off and bleed and succumb to her injuries. Is that why initially you kind of speculated that she was attacked on the trail, but she was discovered in a more hidden location? Can you speak on that?
Yeah, we in the examination of the scene and collecting of evidence, there was certain factors that played into our theory about what occurred. So, yes, we believe that her fleeing contributed to us not being able to discover her for some time. So I believe she fought him off. She was able to get away, but her injuries were too severe, and she just couldn't continue.
In the initial appearance, the judge said that he had booked a flight, that he was supposed to leave yesterday. Do you know when he booked that flight? Was it before or after Friday?
I don't know when he booked that flight, but we were aware of that flight, and there was no way he was getting on that plane.
We have confirmed that Teasley's mother works as a surveillance officer for the adult probation department in the county. Did she assist you guys at all in making this arrest or help provide any information?
No, but we also didn't engage with her, and we're going to be looking into that further.
Does he live with her or live in this apartment alone with roommates?
He lives with her.
You said looking into that further. Do you think that mom had any idea what was going on?
I don't want to say that she did, but that is something that we have to vet out just in case. So I don't want to make any assumptions that she was involved. It's just part of our process. She chose not to speak with us.
Roughly how many detectives worked on this case in this week? And, you know, I know there's countless hours, but just to give us a grasp of, you know, the scope of how many people work together on this within Phoenix PD.
So it's not just detectives. It's our professional staff. It's our patrol officers, our neighborhood enforcement officers. It's our tactical support bureau. It's our air unit, our pilots. I would estimate upwards of, over the week, more than 100.
Last question. We have time for one more.
How is your department currently working with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office regarding charges? Where's that at currently?
So we don't ultimately decide the charges. We are working closely with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office to provide them information so they can make an appropriate charging decision. Thank you.
So that's going to conclude the press conference.
That was a news conference from a bit earlier on today as Phoenix police did announce an arrest in connection with the murder of a hiker. Right now, it does appear to have been a random attack. I do want to take a live look here at this video. This is coming in from our Fox Houston station as they have been following this fire that's been burning here for several hours. It appears, according to police and fire crews out there, that this is under control, but this is over in Deer Park, Texas. That is just outside of Houston. Sky Fox has been flying overhead that as we have been keeping an eye on the fire itself. Now, originally there was a report of an explosion leading to that fire, but fire crews do say there was no explosion here. It is a gas-related fire. 5 people taken to a hospital, 5 workers there, but all of them are expected to be okay. We're going to check in with our Fox 26 Houston team as they start up their newscast coming up in just about 8 minutes. You can watch their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the last of the hour. And on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are still taking a live look here over this chemical plant fire that is burning near Houston. I want to go over some of the basic information that we do know here. An industrial plant fire continuing to burn there in Deer Park that is just outside of Houston. Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez saying the fire is at the Shell Deer Park chemical plant that's over at East Beltway. Sheriff Gonzalez says the fire started from a heat exchange between 2 heavy gas oils as workers were conducting maintenance on a unit. That is when, according to authorities, there was a leak that ignited shortly after. Officials added there was no explosion at the plant, only a fire. Now, preliminary reports were of an explosion, but that apparently did not happen. Preliminary information revealing the item on fire is a hydrocarbon heavy gas precursor to a heavy gas in diesel. The product said to be being depressurized at the time. The fire is reported to be diminishing and is contained. Once again, though, if you're looking at the image, you can see those flames are still burning and there is quite a bit in the way of smoke. I do actually want to take a look at just some of the tweets coming in there from Ed Gonzalez. Take a look at your screen here. You can see here that he did tweet that he was at the scene. Preliminary information, no off-site impact. There was no explosion. It was a fire, a heat exchange between 2 heavy gas oils. Fire is diminishing and contained. The product is being depressurized. Visible flares are there to relieve pressure. 5 contractors, we're told, were taken to a hospital as a precaution. They are all expected to be okay. We also got a statement here from Shell. They released a statement around 6 p.m. Eastern time. They said at approximately 3 o'clock, a fire started at Shell's Deer Park Chemicals facility in the olefins unit. The ignited product includes cracked heavy gas oil, cracked light gas oil, and gasoline. No injuries have been reported, though a small number of contract employees who were exposed to product are undergoing medical evaluation as a precaution. Emergency responders are on the scene and working to put out the fire. The cause of that fire will be the subject of a future investigation, and our immediate priorities remain the safety of people and the environment. Again, that is a look at that statement right there on your screen. Want to take you out live to that fire once again. We are going to leave this on your screen, but as we wait for our Fox Houston team to go live with the latest coverage, I do want to play back just a portion of the news conference that was held a bit earlier on today. We brought it to you as breaking news, but let's pop up the audio and listen back in.
Okay, everyone ready?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Okay. Ed Gonzalez, Harris County Sheriff, joined here by other key partners that have been involved in the response out here. To my right, from the lead agency, the Harris County Fire Marshal's Office, I have been in touch with Fire Marshal Laurie Christensen. We have Deputy Chief Lawhorn. We have Captain Singleton. To my left, I have team members from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. We have Captain Douglas, that was one of the first ones on the scene, as well as Assistant Chief Tommy Diaz and Major Saul Suarez. What we know right now is that, most importantly, there is no off-site impact. There was no actual explosion. This was a fire. It was a heat exchange between two heavy gas oils. The fire is diminishing and contained on site, pretty much within the perimeter where everything happened at. The product is being depressurized at this time. The visible flares that we could still see from the highway, those are there simply to relieve some of the pressure. We've started opening up the roadways. We're starting now to also just other personnel that's not needed on site, they're being relieved so that they could go on to other duties at this point. So these things are always scary when they initially happen, and we're just trying to get the best information we can. We also are waiting for a representative from Shell Oil, but they're not here yet, so we didn't want to delay this press conference anymore. So hopefully they'll be coming out with some type of statement here soon to advise the public of their information. Ultimately, they're the ones that have the answers to what's happening ongoing. And the 5 contractors that were transported, it's precautionary. It's not anything directly related to the fire, just mainly the heat and responding and again, just the heat and the equipment and everything. So it's our understanding there's no serious injuries that have been reported at this time. Brevemente, lo que tenemos aquí es que el incendio en este momento está contenido. No fue una explosión, sino un incendio.
And you are listening to the news conference from earlier on today with police as they did discuss the latest on that fire that, as you can see in that live image from Sky Fox off to the right side of your screen, is still burning. However, officials there do say the fire is contained. We now know of at least 8 people that were injured, but all of those injuries do appear to be non-life-threatening. Several people taken to the hospital just as a precaution. That is according to police. They also say, of course, that there was no actual explosion. We know there was a report of an explosion a bit earlier on, but officials there saying that is not what happened. It is simply a fire that started there inside the building. Coming up here in just a few seconds, we do expect our Fox 26 Houston team to get underway with their continuing coverage of this. We're going to pop up the audio and listen in as they do start that coverage. I do want to go over just some of the other basics that we do know here. As far as a cause, authorities say a leak ignited shortly after 2 heavy gas oils did have a heat exchange between them. Workers were conducting maintenance on a unit, and that eventually led to that fire breaking out. Preliminary information revealed the item on fire is a hydrocarbon heavy gas precursor to a heavy gas in diesel. The product said to being depressurized here at the time. Our Fox 26 Houston team is live here, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
This was a fire. It was a heat exchange between 2 heavy gas oils.
The investigation is now moving into how exactly this happened. This is after at least 8 contractors were sent to the hospital. Fox 26 News at 9 starts right now. Welcome to the First 15. I am Rashi Vats, and we begin with that breaking news that we've been following for you all day long. A Shell chemical plant in Deer Park erupting into flames, sending more than half a dozen contractors to the hospital. This is the map where you can clearly see that it happened near 225 at the Beltway, but the billowing black smoke could be seen for miles. And more than 6 hours later, crews still working on the scene to put out the flames. You are taking a live look from Skyfox, and it looks like one truck still there dousing some hot spots. We have live team coverage for you tonight on the ground. Sherman DeSalle spoke to neighbors who are living nearby, but first we start off with Randy Wallace, who's been at the scene all day. Randy.
Yeah, Rashi. Now tonight there's no longer big billows of heavy black smoke coming from the Shell chemical facility here in Deer Park. Officials say the fire is contained.
There was no explosion. There was a leak that ignited shortly after the initial leak.
The fire broke out shortly before 3 at Shell's Deer Park chemical facility in the olefins unit. In a statement, Shell says the ignited product includes cracked heavy gas oil and gasoline.
They're working on the unit, and this unit processes a cracked heavy gas oil. As far as how it was caused, we're still under investigation.
All employees were evacuated.
They started trying to account for everyone, and it was our understanding that everybody was accounted for, and folks that ran from that initial perimeter where everything happened. As big as it was, it seemed pretty much contained inside the facility. It's a pretty large complex. It took us quite a bit to navigate our way into the hot zone, if you will.
5 contract employees were transported to the hospital. 3 others went in private cars.
It's not anything directly related to the fire, just mainly the heat and responding and again, just the heat and the equipment and everything.
Shell says the employees who went to the hospital were exposed to product and underwent medical evaluation as a precaution.
It's actually boots on the ground. So they are out there dropping points and doing monitoring.
Harris County Pollution Control says so far it's found no air quality concerns. A shelter in place was never issued. Now, in its statement, Shell says the cause of the fire will be the subject of a future investigation. Our immediate priorities remain with the safety of people and the environment. My colleague Sherman DeSalle has been talking to residents who live near this facility. Sherman?
Yeah, good evening, Randy. We're outside of Memorial Hermann Southeast, where some of the contractors who were injured in today's incident were transported. We have yet to connect with them or any of their family members. However, we did speak to some residents who live near the plant. They said they're relieved that things died down quickly. Residents in a nearby Deer Park neighborhood reacted to the massive chemical plant fire off 225. Susie McClellan was away from her home when she heard the news.
I just got here. I was watching on the news and I recognized some markers. I knew where it was. They've had to close down all the traffic and everything. I was here when Phillips exploded and they had to close down all that. So they closed down quite a bit.
But that wasn't the case this time. Traffic stayed flowing on the highway and the smoke went opposite of their neighborhood. Nearby schools were not impacted. Student Jaden Moore and his mother live close by and relieved to see the smoke clearing so quickly.
It was a pretty uneventful day for the most part, but, then this had to happen. This is just normal stuff here in Deer Park. We see stuff like this every few years, so it's nothing crazy.
So we were told that those contractors who were sent here were brought here as a precaution, mainly due to heat, but no serious injuries were reported. Reporting from southeast side of Houston, Sherman DeSalle, Fox 26 News.
This is not the first plant fire the Houston area has seen in recent months. Just 2 months ago, the Ineos phenol plant in Pasadena exploded, injuring one city official. In August of 2022, the Wharton Prime Eco Incorporated chemical plant caught fire overnight, burning for nearly 8 hours and even reigniting after being extinguished. And in June of that same year, a pipeline rupture at the Freeport LNG facility in Quintana resulted in an explosion. You can find a full list of those fires and explosions as also with our continuing coverage on this recent one on fox26houston.com. Go ahead, pull out your phone and scan this QR code with your camera. It will take you directly to the page to download our news app. And that's the best way to keep up to date with any major breaking news. You'll get a push alert right to your phone. Well, you can.
And that is our Fox Houston team right now. They are live on the air with what they call the first 15 there. They did have that team coverage as we do take this live look at the fire that is still burning at the Shell plant there. Not seeing as many flames as we saw just about 30 minutes ago, but the cause is under investigation and 8 people suffering injuries, all of them expected to be okay. It is now 10:06 on the East Coast and 7:06 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into our coverage of live events and top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look at London, England. Obviously, it's dark out there, but in just a few hours, it's going to be super lively as folks do gather to celebrate the coronation of King Charles III. I want to take a look at some of this video from earlier on today. As you can see, he was chauffeured around there. We are hours away from that coronation, and he will be crowned Saturday at Westminster Abbey in an elaborate ceremony. Earlier today, the king surprised cheering fans who started gathering outside Buckingham Palace on Friday, one day ahead of the coronation, as final touches were made in preparation for an occasion that London hasn't celebrated in 70 years. People in the crowd screamed his name as Charles stepped from a chauffeur-driven Bentley wearing a blue suit. One person could be heard yelling, "God save the king," as the British monarch approached the throng lining up behind a barricade. Charles thanked the well-wishers for coming, shaking hands as he slowly moved along the line. I want to talk a little bit about that ceremony, though. It's going to be a bit smaller than that of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, and it will also be just a little bit shorter. 2,000 guests are expected. That's compared to 8,000 for the Queen's coronation all the way back in 1953. The ceremony will run about 2 hours rather than 3 hours. While the cost of the ceremony not fully known just yet, the Queen's coronation cost the equivalent of about $26 million in today's cash. We know the crown has been resized and troops are ready for the largest military procession in 70 years. The new king and queen will presumably end the day on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, waving to the cheering crowds. Jonathan Hunt with Fox News has more for us.
Millions around the world are waiting for the moment King Charles III is officially crowned king. Tens of thousands are expected to gather along the King's procession route in London on Saturday. Many are already in place, hoping to get a front row seat. And the celebrations don't end there. Some 3,000 parties are scheduled across the UK during what's been proclaimed a bank holiday weekend. Buckingham Palace is urging people to gather with friends and neighbours for a coronation big lunch on Sunday in the name of celebration and friendship. Members of the royal family will be attending similar parties and lunches. And on Sunday evening, the royal family will attend the highly anticipated Coronation concert at Windsor Castle.
King Charles III's coronation concert is packed with Hollywood royalty, from Katy Perry to Lionel Richie.
But other superstars, including Adele, the Spice Girls and Elton John, turned down invitations to perform.
Don't forget, of course, he was very close to the late Princess Diana,
True.
so that's a legitimate reason.
By Monday, the celebrations will have wound down, but the royals are asking people to use the holiday to focus on public service, volunteering and giving back. And while Charles may not have the international appeal his mother, Queen Elizabeth, did, plenty of people here in the US are also planning to hold coronation parties. Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And there will be quite a few. One of them will be right here on Live Now from Fox, starting bright and early there at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Our very own Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich will be here, bringing you along every step of the way as that coronation gets underway, processions as well. You can watch it all starting at 5 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. So obviously this is historically significant. This whole coronation is the first time we've seen one in about 70 years. I did have a chance to speak with a University of Central Florida professor to help break down the significance. All eyes across the world will be watching as King Charles is crowned in just a matter of hours here. I do want to talk more about the historical significance of all of this. Let's bring in Dr. Peter Larson, the chair of the history department at the University of Central Florida. Thank you so much for taking the time here to join us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
So first off, this is kind of a loaded question, but tell me about the historical significance here of all of this.
So King Charles became king immediately when Elizabeth died, but the coronation, this is the formal investiture of the monarch. This is a grand ceremony. It's full of elements to remind everyone of the long history of the English monarchy. It's also a chance for King Charles to put his own stamp on the tradition, to place himself in that long line of history. It's been 70 years since Queen Elizabeth II was crowned as ruler of Great Britain. A lot has changed since then. So Charles's coronation will reflect both the continuity of the monarchy, but also the changes in Britain, the modern Britain, what is here now and today.
What can we expect to see during this coronation? It's going to be, I guess, a little bit different than what we saw 70 years ago.
Yes, it's not going to be as lavish for Elizabeth II, but it is going to be very full of pomp, full of historic objects, historic elements. It's going to take 1 to 2 hours, a little bit shorter than Elizabeth's was. It's going to be a religious service, a deeply religious service, primarily Anglican, Church of England, readings from the Bible, prayers, but there will also be other Christian elements in there. There'll be a gospel choir performing because King Charles is really fond of gospel music. What we'll see, so there'll be, as I said, there'll be readings and prayers. King Charles will be anointed with holy oil. He will be crowned as a king of Great Britain. He'll receive the symbols of the monarchy, a ring, scepter, an orb. He'll take his oath. He'll accept homage from the Archbishop of Canterbury and from his son, Prince William, Prince of Wales. And then Camilla will be crowned queen right after him.
And I believe that they have kind of okayed her being called queen. I know that in history she would have been the queen consort. Do you know a lot about how that has played out?
Yeah, so traditionally, the wife of the king was known as the queen consort to differentiate her from, say, the mother of the king, who had been the queen mother. Because of the scandal with Charles and Diana and Camilla's role in that. There had been a lot of concern decades ago that she might only be princess consort or princess or some other limited title. But in recent years, she has been rehabilitated, become more popular with the public, and Queen Elizabeth had given her stamp of approval for Camilla to be crowned as queen alongside King Charles.
And a lot of people don't like to talk about this, but due to the historical nature of the royal family and some of the controversy surrounding them, it sounds like there could potentially be some protesters there outside as all of this is going on and as the procession moves on through.
There might be some protesters, but the Metropolitan Police will have London fairly well locked down and will try to keep them away from the main routes. So I'd expect to see them maybe at entrances to an underground station or some other areas away from the main routes. There might be a sign or two in the crowds, but there'll really be a small drop in the ocean of pro-Charles sentiment out there. We'll probably see more on social media. But as I mentioned, Camilla has been rehabilitated. Charles is not as popular as his mother was, but he's more popular than he had been. So I expect the protests will be relatively muted.
It almost seemed like he became more popular, I guess, when his mother did pass away. I know folks had kind of looked at him and said, he's never worked for this role, anything like that. But it almost does seem like he did become more popular once he became, quote unquote, King Charles III versus when he was simply Prince Charles.
That is true. I mean, there will always be critics, but Prince Charles is very detail oriented. He has a very modern outlook. One of his themes for the coronation is that it should be as eco-friendly and sustainable as possible. So, he is looking for ways to modernize the monarchy, to reduce costs as much as possible. And I think that has resonated with some people, that the English people, the British people, do not want the monarchy to go away in general, but they would like to see it come into the 21st century, and Charles is doing that quite well.
And Charles is going to be crowned with the St. Edward's crown from back in the 17th century, I believe. What is the historical importance of that crown specifically? It also sounds like maybe it's been refitted for him.
Yes, so this crown, the original crown of St. Edward, King Edward the Confessor, has long been associated with the monarchy. Edward ruled from 1042 to 1066. He was the last king of the dynasty that united England in the 900s. So just using the crown itself, even though it's a replica from the 17th century, this links the monarchy back almost 1,100 years. The original was lost during the English Civil War, and a replica was recreated for the coronation of King Charles II when the monarchy was restored after the rule of Oliver Cromwell. So, it is a replica, but it's a replica made of pure gold and precious stones, more than nearly 400 years old. And yes, it has been resized for him. It weighs nearly 5 pounds. So it's a very, very heavy crown. And Elizabeth II was said to have remarked upon that after her coronation. So attempted to fit it better for him. But it'll still be interesting to see him wear, and he'll certainly be happy to trade that for the imperial state crown later in the ceremony, which is about half the weight.
How is this ceremony on Saturday going to differ from the one for his mother when you're talking about the length of it, the cost, just how extravagant it is? It sounds like it's still going to be a pretty big deal, of course. A lot of people are going to watch it, but it is going to be slightly different than 70 years ago.
Yes, some of that is because, well, when Elizabeth took the throne, she was young. She was only 27 when she was crowned first queen since Victoria. So in a lot of ways, it was a fairy tale style of coronation. Not long after World War II, the post-colonial future of Britain was in doubt. It was also the first one televised. So it was nearly 3 hours, a lot of spectacle, very lavish. King Charles, he's 74. He has grandchildren. He's been in this public spotlight for decades. Now we have streaming and social media. Britain's in a very different place. So the coronation, it's going to be splendid. You're still going to see the robes of state, the crown jewels, who's who of Britain and the world. But it'll be a quarter of the number of guests at the ceremony. It'll be shorter. Charles has asked for daytime wear, so don't expect to see tiaras or really fancy jewelry among the guests. So this is not like a wedding. Charles really wants it to be a modern ceremony, so it'll be regal, but it won't be on the top, over the top. Focus will be on the symbols of the monarchy, the status of the monarchy. That said, the festivities around this will be lavish. There'll still be a flyover from the British military. There'll be a massive concert at Windsor Castle on Saturday with Katy Perry, Lionel Richie, Sabrina Terfel, many more, international A-list parties. So it will cost more, but then security costs more than back in Elizabeth's day. It'll be spectacular, but it'll be a more restrained spectacle, I think.
My last question for you here. Why do so many people across that area and really across the world, including here in the U.S., care about this? Why are they paying such close attention, and why are they going to watch this coronation as it does unfold? What is it about the royal family and King Charles III that has people paying such close attention?
Well, part of it is the coronation just doesn't happen all that often. I don't think we'll have to wait 70 years for the next one, but for a lot of people, this is historic. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Plus, when people travel to London, whether they're British, whether they're foreign, you go to see the Tower of London, the Crown Jewels, all Westminster Abbey, and all this is going to be on display, not just as history and an exhibit, but living history being made right in front of you. I mean, this is part of what people love about history: the pomp, the circumstance, the spectacle. It's also, if you want to look at it this way, another installment of this royal soap opera, starting with the marriage of Charles and Diana. People want to see the spectacle, but what's going to happen next? For example, Prince Harry will be there, but not Meghan. So people will wonder, what does this mean, especially after Harry's recent autobiography? People will be looking at Princess Catherine, Prince William's wife, wondering, what is she going to wear? What is she going to do? How's the relationship with Camilla? Will she be more in the spotlight now that her husband is next in line to the throne? So there was a lot of historical interest, both for what's happening, both for the uniqueness of the moment, but also for what's going on within the royal family, the dynamics within the family itself they're very captivating.
All right, Dr. Larson, thank you so much for taking the time here to join us and talk about the coronation. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Just that if you are a fan of history or a fan of the British monarchy, the ceremony is going to be full of different elements. William the Conqueror in 1066, the first monarch to be crowned in Westminster Abbey. You'll see the Stone of Scone from Scotland, which was used to crown the Scottish monarchs. It will be in the chair. King Charles will take an oath declaring to be a Protestant, something that was added after the tumultuous years of the 17th century. So it's just the history of the British monarchy was going to be enshrined within about 3 hours tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time here to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
And don't forget, our coverage does begin tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. You can watch it all unfold. Our own Andrew Kraft and Lexi Petrovich will be up very, very early, and they will walk you through all of the live events right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head back to the U.S. right now and talk about some economic news. The new jobs report is out, but for many people, it's just a bunch of numbers. Our Fox 13 Tampa team helped break it all down for us.
The new jobs report delivered a big surprise. Hiring is taking off and unemployment is ticking down. Our nation added 253,000 new jobs last month, greatly exceeding expectations. Our political editor Craig Patrick here now to explain why and where our economy is heading, Craig.
Well, here's the thing. Who knows where it's heading at this point, based on what we're seeing here? And anyone who claims to know at this point, they're guessing and don't necessarily believe them, because this new jobs report illustrates that a lot of economists are just guessing, making educated guesses, but guesses nonetheless, and repeatedly getting it wrong and underestimating the strength of our job market. We'll explain why in just a moment. But first, here's the bottom line. Our job market is, in fact, booming, at least for now. And that would normally be great news all the way around. But under current circumstances, well, it's great news for employees and job seekers, but it also raises concerns about inflation and could figure into more interest rate hikes. Yet again, Also, the job gains we're seeing are a little uneven. The big tech industry, for example, information services, banking industries, they are all under financial stress at this point, and many of them facing layoffs. But that's being greatly offset by the gains in other industries. The big ones, education and healthcare, added 77,000 jobs. Business services added 43,000. On top of healthcare, you also have leisure and hospitality, still very strong, adding 31,000 jobs, and gains in construction, which had taken a dip earlier in this year, but gained 15,000 new jobs last month. And manufacturing, which had also slowed as stores kind of worked through bloated inventories, gained 11,000 jobs. So slight but important progress in manufacturing and construction. And yet you will hear some economists throw cold water on this and express a great deal of pessimism, and that needs some context. For example, let's start with some perspective on today's report from former Trump economic advisor Kevin Hassett.
We just had a really weak first quarter, and it ended on a down note, so we're going to probably have a weaker second quarter.
Yeah, and again, for context, here are snippets of Hassett projecting similar pessimism and even declaring we were already in a recession last summer. Let's go back to last July.
Fact is that 10 times we've had 2 negative quarters or more since the Second World War, and every time it was a recession. Now they're in denial about the recession, and that's not a recipe for policies that fix things. We're in a recession. Right now it's virtually certain. As you know, I've been saying that we're in a recession for 2 or 3 months now.
And of course, that was not the case. But many economists' projections have repeatedly missed, and many of them did not see these job gains coming here today. This jobs report shows consumers are far more resilient than those economists thought, and that spending is continuing to fuel the economy. Of course, the past 3 years of pandemic plus the war in Europe, well, they've created pretty unusual circumstances here, and unusual times are hard to predict because traditional assumptions no longer apply necessarily, and that's a big reason why the economists keep missing on their job projections and why our economy is creating many more jobs than they expected. 253,000 jobs, with unemployment nudging down from 3.5 to 3.4%. It's below 5%, by the way, for all demographics, and more Americans who are able to work are going back to work. The workforce participation rate among prime age Americans, adults, rose to 83%. That's higher than where we were before the pandemic.
This all sounds like great news, Craig, but how are these job gains actually making it harder to bring down inflation?
Well, in terms of wages are going up 4.4% in April as it becomes harder and harder for hiring managers to find workers. And with that, that's an increase in wages, which again is really good for workers, but also it creates a system in which companies may and likely do pass their costs for paying workers more on to customers by charging them more.
All right, Craig Patrick in our newsroom. Craig, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for providing that report. Craig Patrick is great at breaking down all of the politics. You are taking a live look here over Deer Park, that is just outside of Houston. The fire still burning at that chemical plant here. We do know that 8 people were taken to a hospital after being injured. They are all expected to be okay. That is the latest from investigators, as they say the cause of the fire technically has not yet been determined. It is 10:29 on the East Coast and 7:29 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. You're watching Live Now from Fox.